Chapter 554. A new episode of the Galaxy Times was released. As usual, the players on the various forums watched this episode excitedly. Two familiar hosts appeared in front of the camera and said the familiar opening. "Hello players, this is Galaxy Times, dedicated to sharing first-hand information about the game and protecting your gaming career," the male host said. "Based on the reactions of our players' private messages, we have decided to cancel the joke segment. We are a serious news program, and we have always adhered to the principle of reporting with detailed content. We will never use our sense of humor to attract attention." Fut, the female host solemnly read the script, and as she read, she laughed out loud. "Be serious." The male host sat up straight and looked straight ahead. His lips did not even open when he spoke, as if the words were forced out of his throat. Many of the audience were amused, and the bullet screen was filled with comments. "Hey, what do you mean by cancelling? This segment is supposed to be a cold joke segment. Ha ha ha, this is even funnier than a cold joke." The program continued, and the female host said, "This episode was released 2 days late. The content was originally to sort out the main storyline missions of the various novice planets in version 2.0, but due to the incident with Blue Star not long ago, we had to change the script. Alright, let's take a look at the content of this episode. This episode of Galaxy Times explained the main storyline of version 2.0 of the various novice planets. At this stage, the main storyline of most of the novice planets was clear, and the players of these planets were participating in it. However, Blue Star was an exception. The reason why the Galaxy Times changed the script was because the mutation disaster had suddenly ended, so they had to change the content they prepared. The players of the other planets were happily going through the storyline, but the main storyline of the Blue Star players was completed early. However, the players of the other planets were envious and jealous. The last segment of the program was Blue Star. Before this, in version 1.0, Blue Star was the only place where players came into contact with the galaxy. Let's make a comparison. Every novice planet has its own specialty, and Blue Star's specialty might be that they can enter the galaxy earlier. This time, Blue Star has ended the main storyline of the planet ahead of time. This also means that the players will enter the interstellar map earlier than the other novice planets in version 1.0. According to the storyline of Blue Star, the NPC guiding the players is the former Black Phantom, the current Black Star. This is a legendary figure. There are many ways to learn about his past deeds, so I won't waste time here. Although the main storyline of the planet had ended early, they could enter the galaxy as soon as possible. To all the players, this was much more important than the original main storyline of version 2.0. The Blue Star players were very happy, and the Chinese clubs were even happier. They had made the right choice in choosing Blue Star. They had entered the galaxy early and were ahead of the other clubs in all aspects. From Black Star's actions, the other novice planets will also have a guiding faction. We will focus on introducing the actions of Black Star and the Black Star mercenary on Blue Star. The two hosts read the script and analyzed Han Xiao's actions during the mutation disaster from various angles. They then analyzed the strengths and weaknesses of the Black Star mercenary faction and gave a very high evaluation. According to the experience of the professional players under Black Star in version 1.0, the benefits of the Black Star mercenary were many. Furthermore, it was a growing faction. This meant that the players' struggles for the mercenary group could increase the various values of the mercenary group and provide more benefits for the faction. Galaxy Times believed that this guiding faction would be a faction that could stay for a long time. It was even possible that the Black Star mercenary itself was a hidden main storyline. The Blue Star players had already known about this and did not have much of a reaction. On the other hand, the players of the other planets sighed and were envious. Why couldn't they meet such a good NPC? Not bad at all. Han Xiao had also watched this episode. Galaxy Times had a lot of complicated content and was not like Pork Bun, who only collected material to attract attention. However, the audience of Galaxy Times was much wider, and they would only report on him if he did something that had a bigger impact. This had indirectly increased his fame and attracted many players from the other planets. Closing the forums, Han Xiao's attention returned to what was before him. At this time, He was in the sanctuary area outside base number 2. The refugees that Bennett had settled down were no longer just for shelter but for urbanization. Not long after the mutation disaster ended, some of the strong refugees had already started to make a living. They could no longer be called refugees but residents. Han Xiao sat at a roadside stall. He had heard that the owner of this stall used to be a high-grade chef who had escaped to the sanctuary. Although the ingredients used were all cheap, the taste was very good. The pot of meat soup was bubbling, and the aroma filled the air. The chef was even using a spatula to cook the meat, and his wife was a helper. She was stir-frying the green vegetables, and the aroma of the food attracted the attention of many passers-by. There was a long queue in front of the stall, and there were people holding bowls and wolfing down the food, almost swallowing their fingers. In the past few months, almost no one had eaten a good meal, and it had been a long time since they had tasted oil. Although the dishes were simple, they were no different from delicacies. These people ate happily. This street was originally a dirty refugee camp, but it was much cleaner now. The atmosphere was no longer oppressive, and the atmosphere was relaxed. Some of the refugees who had decided to stay had taken down their tents and started to build simple houses. The two sides of the street were like construction sites, and everyone was busy. Big sister, this is delicious. On the opposite side of the small table, Aurora was holding a bowl and eating. Her cheeks were puffed up, and she looked a little like a squirrel. Hella ate a few mouthfuls and stopped eating. She reached out to tuck Aurora's hair behind her ears and gently stroked Aurora's back, afraid that she would choke. Han Technician was not so stingy as to go shopping alone. He had asked the two sisters to go out together to inspect the situation in the sanctuary and talk about the Dragon Emperor at the same time. The mutation disaster had ended for some time, and the disaster of Blue Star had been resolved. The God Aura fleet guarding outside the atmosphere had already left, but Nagojin had stayed behind to be in charge of communication. Han Xiao estimated that the players had already gotten used to the ending of the main storyline, so he decided to wrap things up and bring the players away. Ames had instructed him to bring the two sisters to Floating Dragon Island, and he informed the two of them in advance. Hella and Aurora did not have any objections. While eating, Han Xiao's thoughts drifted to Rizda. Rizda had infiltrated one of the motherships for a few days already, but he had not completely cracked the database. However, according to the signal that Rizda had sent, he should be done soon. As long as he cracked the database, he would be able to obtain the location of all the motherships. At that time, Darkstar would be finished. Recently, it was reported that the situation of the other Calamity planets had increased, and Ghidorah's rescue team had suffered a setback. It seems like the infiltrators of Darkstar used equipment to find the mutation source and actively fed it energy to increase the growth rate of the mutation source. Han Xiao pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Most likely, Ghidorah's attention was no longer on disaster relief. They were just waiting for his intelligence to get rid of Darkstar once and for all. Wiping his mouth, Han Xiao stood up and prepared to pay. The stall owner wiped his hands on his clothes and hurriedly declined. Your Excellency, you are our savior, and all of us owe you our lives. How can we take your money? The stall owner's attitude was firm, and the surrounding people also agreed. Hearing that, Han Xiao did not insist and patted Hella's head. Then, you can pay. Did I allow you to touch my head? Do you think I am Aurora? Hyla slapped his hand away in annoyance and glared at him. She hesitated for a while before taking out her wallet. At this moment, his communicator suddenly rang. It was a message from Rizda. I have successfully cracked the database and can locate the location of all the motherships of Darkstar. I discovered that one of the motherships is heading toward planet Aquamarine. It is very close, and there are 3 Calamity grade officers traveling together. Pay attention. Seeing the first half of the sentence, Han Xiao's expression was filled with joy. However, after reading the second half, his expression became serious. A mothership is heading toward Blue Star? The purpose was obvious. The 3 Calamity grade officers of Darkstar were definitely not there for sightseeing. Could it be that Darkstar wants to destroy the planet that has successfully resolved the disaster? A thought flashed through Han Xiao's mind, and he instantly had a guess that was most likely the case. Most likely, part of the reason was to deal with him. Otherwise, there would be no way 3 Calamity-grade officers would be dispatched. Could it be that Darkstar had noticed his actions? Han Xiao cursed in his heart. Ghidorah's fleet was not around, and his own fleet alone would not be able to stop a mothership. The situation was urgent. He immediately contacted Nagojin and asked for reinforcements. I have detected that a Darkstar fleet is approaching Blue Star. They are very likely to want to destroy this planet. Hurry and send reinforcements. What? I will report it immediately. Nagojin was shocked. It was currently the honeymoon period of their cooperation, and Ghidorah would naturally come to help. Han Xiao did not stop there. He contacted Bennett and the Six Nations and asked them to immediately arrange for people to guide the citizens of the city into the underground air defense facilities to take refuge. Darkstar would launch a global attack. Without a fleet to protect the planet, it would be 100 times more dangerous than the previous time. They would be like a young girl exposed in front of a group of burly men. They could only try their best to reduce their losses before reinforcements arrived. This was Blue Star's greatest danger. Darkstar was an enemy that this planet could not resist. If they were not careful, their civilization would be destroyed. Just like Sunil in the past. What's wrong? Hela saw Han Xiao's expression and could not help but frown and ask. A fleet is coming to attack us. Don't stay here anymore. Hurry and take your sister to the base to take refuge. I will open the base's protective shield later, Han Xiao said quickly. Aurora, go back. I can stay here and help you, Hela said with a deep voice. Help my ass. This battlefield is still too early for you. Han Xiao was not polite at all. Facing 3 calamity grades, even he would feel immense pressure. If not for the 2 molding talents that he had recently obtained, he would not be willing to take the risk. Hela was still far from being qualified to participate in a battle of this level. Hela's face stiffened, and she gritted her teeth angrily. However, she knew that Han Xiao was not someone who liked to be stubborn. If he said that she could not do it, he would definitely be telling the truth. Without hesitation, she turned around and ran toward base number 2 with her sister. With Han Xiao's current status, he could already command the entire Blue Star. When the Six Nations and Bennett received the news, they were all shocked and immediately mobilized the people to take refuge. The entire sanctuary's alarm went off, and the city became noisy and chaotic. Groups of residents were led to the air defense facilities. The residents on this street also hurriedly moved, and it was extremely crowded. Who? Just as Han Xiao was about to head to base number 2 to take charge of the overall situation, a whistling sound came from the sky. More than 10 Darkstar assault spaceships entered the atmosphere and headed toward the sanctuary. Without saying a word, the spaceship's light cannons fired crazily. Laser beams hit the outskirts of the sanctuary, and dozens of explosions occurred in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. Flames and thick smoke rose into the sky. The sanctuary that was peaceful a second ago was engulfed in the flames of war in the blink of an eye. Not only the sanctuary, but at the same time, the Six Nations were also attacked by other Darkstar assault spaceships. Blue Star was attacked by the enemy. How did they come so quickly? Han Xiao's face was solemn. He knew that this was not good. He had only received the news a few minutes ago, and Blue Star had just started to mobilize the people to take refuge. The enemy had already appeared. Darkstar assault spaceships flew overhead, bringing with them a strong gust of wind. Han Xiao glanced at them, and his eyes suddenly narrowed. Yes, the mothership is not here. These must be the vanguard. We have to shoot down these assault spaceships immediately. Han Xiao quickly contacted the mercenaries in the base to activate the protective shield. At the same time, he activated the surface-to-air electromagnetic railgun and ordered Hurlus and the other officers to take the assault spaceships that they had captured in the previous attack to deal with the Darkstar vanguard. The sanctuary had a protective shield, so the situation was slightly better than the Six Nations. The Six Nations needed emergency support. Just as he gave the order, Han Xiao suddenly sensed danger approaching. He quickly dodged, only to see a black arrow dozens of meters long stabbed into the ground where he was originally standing. Bang! The street cracked open. The next moment, the black arrow collapsed, turning into countless black particles that surrounded a figure in the sky. Ashes looked down at Han Xiao. He snapped his fingers expressionlessly. "Pa. This attack is not aimed at me." Han Xiaoshan tensed up, and he quickly turned around. Behind him were the residents of this street, fleeing into the distance. The next moment, a portion of the fleeing people suddenly turned into a pile of dust. The stall owner's family was among them. 1 second, they were still running away, and the next second, they turned into dust. The people who were not hit collapsed to the ground. They were all scared out of their wits, and a warm feeling seeped out from their crotch. This time, Ashes looked down from above and spoke coldly. "Do you remember me, Black Star? Damn it, this guy's Esper ability is too terrifying for ordinary people. I have to hold him back." Han Xiao frowned, retracted his gaze, stared at Ember, and said sarcastically, "You lost to me a few times, of course I remember you. Do you want to taste the taste of defeat again?" Hearing this, anger appeared on Ash's face. But when he remembered that his mission was to force Black Star to stay and fight, his anger quickly turned into a sneer. "Hehe, you think I'm here to deal with you this time?" Ashes looked up and looked into the distance. He saw the sanctuary city on fire, and the assault ships were constantly attacking. The streets were blasted into ruins, and waves of people were fleeing in panic. His eyes swept across the chaotic crowd and locked onto Hela and Aurora, who were fleeing in the distance. "I already know who you are. Those 2 women are your friends, right? Collect their corpses, if there are any left." Ashes suddenly activated his Esper ability and clenched his fist. Chapter 555. F***CK. Han Xiao's expression changed, and he immediately activated void travel, appearing in front of Ashes in a flash. He did not have time to possess the mechanical suit, so he used his best skill and kicked Ashes in the crotch. Dong. How sinister. Ash's face turned green, and he hurriedly raised his hand to block, almost getting kicked in the groin. At the same time, he flew backward. Han Xiao's barehanded attack without the mechanical suit did not cause much damage, but Ash's Esper ability was interrupted. Only then did the mechanical suit possess him, and Han Xiao entered battle mode. He turned around and saw that Hela, who had been hit by Ashes, had lost a leg, and Aurora had lost an arm. Aurora released a bright golden light from her palm and pressed it on Hela. Hela's leg quickly grew back, and only then did Aurora use her Esper ability to let her arm grow back. Hela hurriedly carried Aurora and continued to run, her speed increasing. The attack just now made her realize the difference in strength, and she knew that she would only be a burden to Han Xiao if she stayed. What a terrifying ability. He has always been dealing with such dangerous enemies. A hint of anxiety appeared on her cold and beautiful face. Luckily, Aurora's Esper ability can even heal disabilities. Her ability seems to have become stronger. Seeing that the 2 sisters were fine, Han Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. Hela and Aurora's abilities complemented each other. Although their abilities were weaker, they would not die so easily. Thinking back to when the germinal organization broke out, Hela's stomach had a hole in it, but she had survived with her near-death recovery ability. Now, with Aurora by his side, it was equivalent to carrying a super large health potion. "Can you stop me?" Ashes did not give chase and immediately changed his target to Han Xiao. The civilians were just bait. He pretended to attack others to force Black Star to stay and fight. Dozens of black waves shot toward Han Xiao like long snakes. They were as fast as arrows, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. This was not the first time he had fought with Han Xiao. He knew that Han Xiao was not easy to deal with, so he went all out. The compressed orbs that he always carried with him opened up, and the halo array of the hovering shield shuttles weaved a full-body shield. The torrent of black particles hit the shield fiercely, and countless tiny diamond wheels grinded out countless sparks. The golden light flickered, and the energy ripples continued. Han Xiao was pushed back by the huge force, and his feet dug a trench on the ground. An open field is advantageous to him. His grade is higher than mine, and his basic attributes are stronger. I can only hold him back. Han Xiao's expression was grim. The situation was not good. Ashes was only the vanguard, and there were still 2 Calamity-grade supers and a mothership behind him. To Blue Star, this was an overwhelming force. The only way was to hold on until reinforcements arrived. If Ghidorah wanted his information, he would naturally come. At this time, a new mission appeared on the interface. You have triggered the emergency mission, Blue Star Crisis. Mission hint: Dark Star suddenly launched a large-scale attack on Blue Star. This planet needs your protection. Try your best to block the enemy. Mission requirements: resist Dark Star forces and protect Blue Star until reinforcements arrive. Current destruction progress, 1673000. Failure condition: destruction progress reaches maximum mission reward, 62 experience, plus 2 Garten Star System renown, plus 1506 nations faction favorability. Sudden situations could often trigger emergency missions. Not only Han Xiao, but all the players in Blue Star had triggered this emergency mission. Inside the sanctuary, the players all stopped what they were doing and looked up at the sky in shock. Dark Star assault spaceships were flying across the sky and firing at the ground. The protective shield of base number 2 slowly expanded. At the same time, the railguns extended out and shot out purplish-blue lightning bolts. The spaceships of the mercenary group also rose into the sky and launched their counterattack. Why did the enemy suddenly attack? The players were confused. However, dealing with the enemy was more important, and everyone immediately took action. You have triggered the emergency mission, Assassination Target. Mission hint: your actions have caused huge losses to Dark Star, and their hatred has accumulated day by day. Finally, Dark Star found an opportunity and sent out 3 Grade A officers to kill you. Mission requirements: you will be surrounded by 3 Grade A supers. Hold on until reinforcements arrive. Failure condition: 1. Death. 2. Escape from Blue Star. Mission reward: 1210 EXP, plus 30 Garten Star System fame, plus 1000 Ghidorah favorability, plus 1 legendary point. The spaceship has already arrived at my spring, and you call that an assassination? Han Xiao's expression was strange. The mission notification confirmed that Rizda's information was correct. Through the detection radar, Han Xiao had a clear view of the situation on the battlefield in the sanctuary. Everyone was quickly organizing a counterattack, so he did not need to be distracted. Han Xiao focused all his attention on Ashes, his eyes sharp. He could only rely on them to deal with the other enemies. He had to stop Ashes, or there would be countless casualties. Dong dong dong. The black particles kept colliding with the shield, almost pressing him into the ground. Han Xiao quickly opened the interface. Without looking at it, he put all the experience he had accumulated into leveling up. In the past month or so, he had not released many new skills and knowledge to the players, and the experience he had earned was not enough to reach level 140. Facing a strong enemy, every bit of strength counted. Just Ashes, a single Calamity-grade super, was already difficult to deal with, and there were 2 enemies of the same level in a while. He had to convert all his resources into combat power. His experience was quickly depleted. Virtual Mechanic has been leveled up to LV11. Plus 150 energy, plus 3 DEX, plus 3 END, plus 6 INT. You have received 6 free attribute points. You have received 1 potential point. The experience points he had accumulated were enough for him to level up 6 times in a row. His total level was now 136. This time, he did not put his free attribute points into intelligence. His intelligence had already exceeded 1,100 points, which was already very high. If it were any other time, he would definitely continue to put all his free attribute points into intelligence. However, now that he was facing the greatest crisis in history, it was not appropriate to continue increasing his intelligence. Han Xiao threw all 36 free attribute points into endurance to ensure his survival. He was very clear that with his current combat strength, even if he used the Mech Legion, it would still be very difficult to defeat a Calamity-grade super. Furthermore, the enemy had 3 Calamity-grade supers, so the only way to survive was to use his own body to tank them. He still had a few more chances to use the Aurora character summon card, and the 2 molding talents that he had obtained from the mutation source were even more important. Under such circumstances, the higher his health, the more effective these trump cards would be. His endurance had increased by a total of 18 plus 36 is equal to 54 points. Using his own template and level conversion, that was an additional 4,752 HP. His health had broken through the 40,000 mark. The higher his level, the greater the difference. Han Xiao's health had increased by 6 levels, which was more than the total health of a level 60 player. A surge of heat spread out in his body. Han Xiao became spirited. His spirit was aroused, and he clasped his palms together. Klala. 8 mechanical hands appeared, turning into drill bits to counterattack, continuously attacking the diamond barrier around Ash's body. Han Xiao bent his legs, and the propellers on his feet exploded, sending out wave after wave of black waves. With a wave of his hands, he threw out a large number of compressed orbs, which turned into various floating cannons, firing an endless rain of bullets at Ashes. The entire street had already been leveled by the shockwaves from the battle between the 2 of them, and they could not be bothered to destroy the outer area of the sanctuary. Han Xiao threw out another 2 compressed orbs, and the 2 Oathkeepers, Fighter and Cannoneer, appeared to protect him. They clashed with the black waves controlled by Ashes time and time again. Bang bang bang. The 2 of them were in a stalemate, unable to do anything to each other. Ashes wanted to control the particles to destroy the internal structure of the machines. Han Xiao had been hit by this trick before, so he was already prepared. He released a large number of hovering shield shuttles, covering many machines with simple energy shields to prevent the particles from entering. The 2 of them fought fiercely, like a huge black snake fighting with a steel fortress. They moved around the outside of the sanctuary, and everywhere they passed, ruins were left behind. At this moment, a golden light shot from afar like a meteor, slamming into the black snake under Ash's feet. The snake's head exploded, and a rumbling sound was heard. Ash's eyes narrowed, and he hurriedly controlled the black wave under his feet to float. The golden iron fist almost hit his chin. Ngojin, surrounded by golden flames, landed beside Han Xiao, standing side by side, glaring at Ashes. Ngojin's entrance temporarily interrupted the battle between the 2. Blackstar, are you okay? Don't worry, he won't be able to hurt me. Han Xiao turned to look at Ngojin and said with a deep voice, "Have the reinforcements arrived?" Ngojin's expression was grave, and he shook his head. "I have already informed the War Bureau, and the fleets from the other Calamity planets will rush over through the hyperdrive base station. Originally, it would only take about 3 minutes, but Darkstar has set up a spatial disturbance device in outer space, preventing us from sending reinforcements. It will take even longer for the reinforcements to arrive. If the Blue Star fleet had not retreated, they would have been able to delay the reinforcements. However, the War Bureau had placed all their attention on destroying Darkstar. Seeing that the calamity on Blue Star had been resolved, they retracted their fleet according to the original plan. Furthermore, the victory on planet Golden Gate made them think that Darkstar would stop for a while. They did not expect Darkstar to act so quickly. Thankfully, the enemy is only a single Calamity-grade super. He is Ashes, the one who massacred tens of millions of people in Long Arc Constellation. I will fight alongside you and get rid of him as soon as possible." Ngojin stared at Ashes and was ready to make a move. Ashes's expression changed slightly. He was wary and furious. It was the 2 people in front of him who had killed Anna, and he still remembered it clearly. The fleet had already retreated, so why was there still a high-level combatant from Godora left behind? Ashes frowned. His mission was to stall Blackstar, and he could do it with ease. However, if Ngojin was added into the mix, his hands would be tied. Only with Degulish and Terry will we be able to win in a 3 versus 2 situation. Thankfully, they do not know that there are 2 people lying in ambush here. We might even be able to get rid of a Godora expert. Buy 1, get 1 free. Ashes was confident and looked at the 2 of them coldly. This time, Han Xiao grabbed onto Ngojin's shoulder and said with a deep voice, "Don't do it. I will stall him. You go deal with the assault spaceships in the sky." Tell Hurlus to bring a portion of the Inhumans to reinforce the Six Nations. You and I, as well as the defensive shield and anti-air weapons, are still in good condition. The Six Nations are the ones in danger and urgently need reinforcement." Nagojin was surprised and frowned. "What do you mean by that? If the two of us work together, we will be able to get rid of him very quickly, just like in Norios." "It won't be that easy." Han Xiao waved his hands. The last time, he had the Dragon Emperor character summon card, which had destroyed Anna's defenses and given Nagojin a chance to practice military boxing. This time, he did not have a character summon card and would not be able to kill Ashes in a short period of time. Rather than that, it would be better for him to stall Ashes while Nagojin returned to defend the base. In just a short while, the destruction progress had increased by more than 400 points. He had to stop the assault spaceships. Furthermore, there would be another 2 Calamity-grade supers ambushing him in a while, and he would be able to stall 3 high-level combatants by himself. With the Aurora character summon card and his 2 molding talents, it would be extremely difficult for the enemy to kill him. However, if Nagojin was beside him, the situation would be different. If the 3 Darkstar turned around and surrounded Nagojin, Nagojin would be in danger. Although he was a grade A pugilist, his defense was far from being as thick as Han Xiao's. "All right, I'll leave him to you." Nagojin clenched his teeth. Since Han Xiao insisted, he could only choose to believe in his comrade. He looked deeply at Ashes before turning around and running back to the base. Seeing this, Ashes looked at Han Xiao with a mocking gaze. Mission complete. Blackstar fell for it. He actually rejected Nagojin's help and stayed behind to deal with me. You asked for it yourself. When Degulish and Terry arrive, you won't be able to run even if you want to. From his perspective, Han Xiao did not know that there was an ambush. Ashes was secretly delighted. He really wanted to see how panicked Blackstar would be when the ambush appeared. At this time, the entire sanctuary was burning with flames, and chaos could be seen everywhere. The sound of cannon fire, screams, and screams could be heard everywhere. Darkstar had brought a direct disaster to this planet, and stopping the mutation disaster would result in a retaliatory attack. Han Xiao took a deep breath, suppressed the frustration in his heart, and ignored the chaos in the outside world. As a chaos believer who took most things lightly, he could quickly regain his calmness during a battle and throw all the losses and casualties out of his mind. Ashes stepped on the black tide and floated in midair, looking down at Han Xiao with killing intent on his face. If it was just Blackstar alone, he would not have to be afraid. "You haven't reached the Calamity grade yet, right? How are you going to deal with me if you don't set up a trap ahead of time?" Hearing this, Han Xiao's voice sounded from the mechanical suit's helmet. "The last time we fought was more than a year ago. Your strength hasn't improved, but I'm different from you. Philip, release all the armies." "Understood, who?" Rizda was not around, and Philip replaced him in controlling the Blacklight stealth, passing through the battlefield between the spaceships and the mercenaries before arriving above Han Xiao. Numerous army boxes with different numbers were spat out from the bottom of the spaceship, and they flew toward the area where Han Xiao was located like rockets. Han Xiao's eyes lit up, and he raised his right hand toward the sky. Surging mechanical force shot into the sky like countless lightning whips, connecting all the army boxes. Chapter 556. The forked mechanical force lightning connected to a few army boxes. Han Xiao clenched his right fist and swung the lightning down. The military box opened with a bang, and countless compressed orbs were shot towards Ashes like bullets, like thousands of arrows being shot at the same time. Clack! The dense sounds of mechanical components moving joined together, even suppressing all other sounds. All the compressed orbs opened up in midair, turning into countless mechanical objects that really blotted out the sky and covered the sun. They brazenly pounced down, as if there was a metal rainstorm. Ashes's expression changed, and he hurriedly controlled the black tide to collide with them. Bang! 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 The black tide was forcibly shattered, and the mechanical soldiers fell to the ground one after another. They were of different models and appearances, and some were tall while others were short. They covered the entire area, and Ember was surrounded by them all by himself. He was alone and helpless. There were a total of 4 army boxes. Number 001 was Mechanical Beast Guard's Army. Thousands of mechanical beasts circled around Ashes like wild beasts observing their prey. Number 002 was Assault Artillery Regiment. This was a long-range unit that provided cover fire. They were located at the back of the formation, and they were all long-range attacking machines. There were rapid-fire cannons, large-caliber cannons, self-propelled cannons, small railguns, and so on. The cannons were aimed at Ashes from afar. Number 003 was G1 Steel Army. This was a mixed army, and they had the largest number of mechanical soldiers. They had a total of 6,400 mechanical soldiers. Among them, there was an even larger assault unit. Their armor was extremely thick and reflected a cold metallic luster. They stood at the front of the formation, holding an alloy tower shield that was glowing with energy. There was also a harassment unit formed by the 4th-generation tracked Rangers, a rocket-type mechanical assault unit equipped with high-speed thrusters, and an aerial unit that floated in the sky and could launch laser attacks or set traps. Lastly, there was Oathkeeper Personal Guards, number 101. Together with the fighter and cannoneer, there were a total of 8 Oathkeepers protecting him. Han Xiao had 4 mech legions. Other than the Oathkeeper, which was an elite unit, the other 3 mech legions used regular models of machinery and used human wave tactics. The numbering of the regular corps was 0, while the numbering of the elite corps was 1. The construction of the army style required a lot of time, money, and energy. To build 4 mech legions, Han Xiao had spent a lot of money. Even with the help of the assembly line, it still took a lot of time to build the machines. The mechanical soldiers he had configured were all carefully selected blueprints. They had combat power and could be quickly replaced if they were lost. In theory, as long as one had the money, they could build as many armies as they wanted, as long as the AI controlling the army could keep up with the calculation speed. If one AI was not enough, then they could build another one. With money, they could do whatever they wanted. However, Han Xiao had only built 4 armies, which took him nearly 3 months. He had originally planned to expand his army after reaching A rank. That would be a huge leap forward, and his manufacturing speed would be greatly increased, saving him a lot of time. Moreover, the mechanical attributes he would build would also be stronger, and there would be more powerful blueprints. This was the first time Han Xiao had mobilized the entire mech legion. The mech legion surrounded Ashes, their alloy armor reflecting the sunlight. Han Xiao fired a void spray at Ashes. The muzzle of the gun pointed in the direction of the army. Kaboom! The next second, the mech legion pressed forward like a metal tide. The cannon fire was almost endless. Every second, thousands of light cannons would hit Ember's black tide barrier. The diamond barrier was constantly being shattered and reformed. Ember suddenly felt a great pressure and clenched his teeth. Even if he had calamity-grade resistance, if he was hit by so many attacks, he would definitely be seriously injured. Ashes felt as if an entire division was surrounding him, and he was overwhelmed by the machines. He did not know what to do. His face was filled with shock. Every time he fought with Blackstar, the speed of his opponent's growth would make him subconsciously feel fear. The gap between them seemed to be shrinking, and he was being caught up. "Can't I beat him?" Ashes's eyes were instantly bloodshot, and he roared in anger. Smoke-like carbon particles rose from all directions and merged into his black tide. The black tide continued to grow and soon formed a cloud of black particles that covered hundreds of meters. The cloud kept changing its shape, and the outer layer kept turning into diamond to block the attacks. At the same time, a few giant black snakes poked their heads out of the black cloud and passed through the mechanical army. They kept swallowing and destroying the mechanical soldiers, kicking up clouds of dust. Calamity grades are indeed not easy to deal with. Han Xiao continued to release mechanical force, providing a large number of bonuses to the machines. He was not worried about the energy consumption at all. As long as he charged into the black tide and took a few hits, his energy would more or less be fully recovered. This was how unbridled a perpetual motion machine was. The army style used the human wave tactic, and it was even more perverse than the summoning class. The summoning class would at least consume energy, but the army-styles machines were prepared in advance. Both had their pros and cons, and in terms of combat power, the army style had the advantage. The summoning class burned energy, while the army style burned money. Just like the legendary skill Desperate Gambit, money was equivalent to the combat power of a mechanic. The army style could crush opponents of the same level, and it could exhaust those of the higher levels. Ashes, a Calamity grade super, was in a passive position. In the past, when he was in Norios, Han Xiao could only avoid direct battles. Now, he could fight head-on with Ashes and even suppress him. The change was obvious. Even if Ashes could withstand it, he would be able to resist the focus fire and slowly eat away at the Mech Legion. However, his energy was limited, and if he could continue to exhaust it, it would be hard to tell who would emerge victorious. This meant that the chances of Ashes losing were not low. Calamity grade supers were basically undefeatable against grade B supers. There were very few grade B supers who could surpass the gap between them and defeat a Calamity grade super. The battle between the two of them was reaching its climax. After the Mech Legion entered the battle, the commotion caused was like an earthquake, and it was difficult not to notice. The players far away in the base were shocked when they saw the battle between Han Xiao and Ashes. Compared to the strength displayed by Blackstar, his performance in dealing with the mutation source was like child's play. Pork Bun's eyes lit up, and he fearlessly rushed to the front lines to record the battle. Hela brought Aurora back to the protective shield of the base. She turned around to look at the shockingly large battlefield, and a look of worry flashed through her eyes. Han Xiao was right. She could not interfere in a battle of this level. In the sky, Nagojin was leading his troops to fight against the Darkstar battleships that were attacking the sanctuary. Herles and the rest were following Han Xiao's orders and leading a portion of the players to reinforce the Six Nations. Right at this moment, a new batch of Darkstar battleships appeared in the sky and rapidly approached. The number of battleships was many times that of the first batch. The main force of Darkstar had arrived. Everyone's faces changed. The situation had become even worse. As the two auras descended, Han Xiao's eyes flickered, and he ordered the Mech Legion to stop their attacks and pull apart the distance between them, protecting him in the center. Ashes was panting slightly. He had only faced the Mech Legion style for a short while, and he was already feeling exhausted. He realized that if he continued fighting, he would most likely die. His Esper ability was suitable for killing carbon-based lifeforms, but it was not that effective against these alloy machines. If they were just ordinary machines, it would still be fine. However, these were all machines that had been enhanced by Blackstar's mechanical force, and it was extremely tiring to fight them. But at this time, Ashes smiled, containing great confidence his reinforcements had arrived. In the other two directions, Degulish and Terry each occupied a position, forming a triangle with Ashes and surrounding Han Xiao. Not bad, Ashes. He's being held back by you. Degulish nodded, his body surging with energy. He was a pugilist. Ashes looked at Han Xiao, took a deep breath, and joked, "My mission is not to kill you but to keep you here. The moment you fight, you'll fall into my trap. You didn't expect this, did you?" Ashes was hoping that Han Xiao would panic or run away. However, Han Xiao did not panic, nor did he have any intention of running away. Instead, he assumed a battle stance. Han Xiao also had the intention of holding back the enemy. At the same time, he did not want the enemy to discover that he had long known about the ambush. Thus, he went with the flow. In any case, his mechanical suit's helmet covered his face, and no one could see his expression. Looking at the three of them, Han Xiaoshin began to plan. This ambush is directed at me. 3 Calamity-grade supers, and their killing intent is really firm. Luckily, I released Rizda, or I would have a headache like Godora. Right now, I have to do my best to hold back these 3 fellows so that they won't have the energy to deal with the others. That pugilist gives me the most pressure, and is probably stronger than the other 2. I wonder if I can withstand the damage from the 3 of them, but it shouldn't be a problem for a short period of time. All sorts of thoughts flashed past his mind, and Han Xiao took a deep breath. He activated medium cell proliferation control, expending a portion of his energy to recover his health. Only 3? That's too little. Stubborn. Not seeing the scene that he was looking forward to, Ashes gritted his teeth in anger. Seeing that Han Xiao wanted to resist, Degulish sneered in his heart. A Grade B super was facing 3 Calamity Grade supers, and he still wanted to resist. Black Star was relying on his Mech Legion? Did he think that he could stop 3 Grade A supers just like that? It wouldn't take long to dismantle all of them, and it was even more impossible to stop them. As a pugilist, he could directly charge through the Mech Legion and kill Black Star. Overestimating himself, Terry patted his chest, and a light combat suit appeared on his body. A few pieces of metal that were as soft as cloth popped out of his arms. He didn't know what material they were made of, but when he flicked them casually, the metal pieces suddenly extended dozens of meters and swept out like a whip. It was like a fairy scattering flowers. Highly concentrated energy was wrapped around it, and it had an extremely strong cutting power, instantly cutting more than a dozen machines around it into pieces. This was a mechanical pugilist. I wonder how long the space disruption device will be able to stop Ghidorah's reinforcements. Don't waste time and quickly get rid of him, Terry said. The moment he said that, Ashes, Degulish, and Terry charged into the Mech Legion from 3 different directions. Exploding with all their strength, the mechanical soldiers were sent flying one after another, shattering into parts. The 3 of them instantly cleared a path and headed straight for Han Xiao. 3 powerful auras assaulted his soul, and the mechanical force around Han Xiao's body pulsed non-stop. His eyelids twitched, and his tone was firm. Come, let's have some fun. Chapter 557. At the same time, the 6 nations were also attacked by the Darkstar spaceships. Without Han Xiao's base, the city was ravaged by cannon fire, and the streets were filled with charred bodies. The tanks opened fire at the spaceships in the sky, and the cannonballs exploded on the shields of the spaceships. However, even the armor-piercing bullets could not penetrate the shields of the galactic technology and could only cause some energy ripples. The Darkstar spaceships were not affected, and they left behind clouds of black smoke wherever they passed. They then turned to fire at the tanks. The cannonballs easily tore through the armor of the tanks and exploded from the inside, wiping out the tanks one after another. The difference in their civilization level was too great, and the 6 nations did not have the ability to resist. However, the fighter jets continued to attack the Darkstar spaceships and were shot down one after another. The other fighter jets continued to charge forward like moths to a flame. This was a one-sided battle, but not a single fighter jet turned around and fled. Even though they knew that it was impossible to break through the defenses of the spaceships, the fighter jets still stubbornly launched suicide attacks. The aliens wanted to destroy the entire planet, and there was no way out no matter where they fled. The mutation disaster seemed to have awakened the tenacity of the people of Blue Star, and the soldiers of the 6 nations defended their home without fear of death. Even though they knew that this was akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot, they still had to resist with all their might. The upper echelons of the 6 nations looked at the Darkstar spaceships wreaking havoc in the city and saw the number of casualties continue to rise, and they felt a sense of sorrow from the bottom of their hearts. They had experienced countless wars in the old era and were already used to it. However, this was the first time they had encountered a battle where they had no choice but to sacrifice the lives of their soldiers and send them to their deaths while the enemy remained unharmed. The upper echelons of the 6 nations all had gloomy expressions, and they clenched their fists so tightly that their knuckles turned white. In the past few months, they had felt the sorrow of their civilization falling behind more than once. It was like a child being casually pinched by an adult, and their resistance was futile. Right at this moment, the reinforcements from the sanctuary arrived. The mercenaries had brought many Inhumans, and while there were many enemy spaceships, a portion of them were held back and alleviated the crisis of the 6 nations slightly. Black Star's men are here. The upper echelons of the 6 nations loosened their fists. Thankfully, there is someone like Black Star on this weak planet of ours. Only then would we have the ability to retaliate. In the sky above the sanctuary, the number of Darkstar assault spaceships had increased by several times. Even more concentrated artillery fire landed on the city shield of the base, causing it to tremble and rumble continuously. With Ngojin's troops harassing them from the side, they were unable to break through the shield with concentrated fire. Ngojin, in particular, did not need to use any other means to deal with such small assault ships in the atmosphere. He just needed to blast through the shields of the spaceships and destroy them with just a few punches. His face was filled with worry as he looked at Han Xiao's battlefield from time to time. He had seen Degulish and the other two appear, and how could he not know that the enemy's goal was to ambush Black Star? Ngojin originally wanted to turn around and support Han Xiao, but Black Star told him not to do anything through the mech communicator. He also said that he would hold back the three calamities while Ngojin continued to deal with the assault ship. This is crazy. Ngojin did not dare to imagine how Han Xiao was going to hold back the three calamities. Even if it was him, he would be dead for sure. Only when Han Xiao said that he would only call for him if he could not hold on anymore did Ngojin give up on the idea of going over to support him. Previously, he had seen Han Xiao's transactions with the upper echelons and knew that this mercenary was very realistic. He would definitely not do something that would definitely kill him. He definitely had confidence in himself, so he could only suppress his worry even if he did not understand how Han Xiao was going to hold back the three calamities. Inside the shield, countless residents looked up in fear at the shield that seemed like it would collapse at any moment. This was the last barrier to protect them, and everyone was trembling in fear. They could not help but pray. A portion of the assault ships sent in ground troops, preparing to pass through the shield from underground. With the charge of hundreds of thousands of players, the ground troops sent in by Darkstar were instantly drowned in the sea of people, not even causing a ripple. With hundreds of thousands of supers, and all of them undying, this kind of strength caused Darkstar to give up on the ground attack. Darkstar's ground troops hugged the hatch tightly and refused to leave the ship. Damn it, it's so good to stay in the sky. I don't want to go down and die. Darkstar's troops could not be bothered to deal with these undying enemies and focused on attacking the city. Only a small portion of the long-range players were able to attack the spaceships in the sky. The majority of the players could only put their hands on their hips and watch helplessly. Those who had nothing to do had already turned on the recording function. However, this portion of players quickly found something to do and turned to look at Han Xiao's battlefield. Boom. 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 Degulish's fist pierced through a mechanical shield soldier of the G1 Steel Army, and his pugilist flames shot out, destroying dozens of mechanical constructs around him. Terry spun like a top, and his killing range was more than 100 meters in diameter. All the mechanical soldiers within this range were sliced apart. With his two companions suppressing the firepower, Ashes exploded with even greater killing power. The black tide swept through the ground like an ocean, swallowing groups of mechanical soldiers in a large area. He alone destroyed 2,000 mechanical soldiers. The combined attack of 3 Calamity-grade supers had a shocking destructive power. In just a short while, the Mech Legion had lost a third of its members. My Mech Legion is barely enough to deal with 3 Calamity-grade supers. Han Xiao's expression was heavy. This degree of loss was within his expectations. Calamity-grade supers were not easy to deal with, and with his current mechanical capabilities, he would need to sacrifice tens of thousands of cannon fodder to whittle down the energy of an ordinary Calamity-grade supers. This also depended on the opponent's ability. If it was like Anna, who had a large area of effect, it would be even more difficult to deal with. Thankfully, Ashes's Esper ability was more suited for dealing with carbon-based life forms. While he had both offense and defense, his energy consumption was also high. Degulish was a pugilist, and he had high burst power and endurance, but he did not have an area of effect. Terry was a mechanical pugilist, and the Mech Legion was still able to suppress them, making the 3 of them take a longer time to reach him. However, after dodging for a while, Han Xiao was still caught in the crossfire. Surrounded by close combat, he was forced into a passive position. Degulish and Terry were both proficient in close combat, and their attacks were like a storm. Han Xiao could only defend, and his shield was frequently shattered. His hovering shield shuttle was cut in half, and his mechanical arm was also hammered into scrap metal. Relying on his mechanical suit and his physical body to tank, his health dropped bit by bit. With the focus fire of the Mech Legion, Ashes had no choice but to control the black tide to surround everyone and block the attacks, allowing his two teammates to focus on Han Xiao. The black tide separated the Mech Legion from Han Xiao, with the Mech Legion on the outside and Han Xiao on the inside. The Mech Legion wanted to charge through the black tide to help Han Xiao, but they were all blocked by Ashes. As the Mech Legion was reduced by a third, the pressure on him was greatly reduced, and he even had the time to occasionally attack Han Xiao. Only 8 of the Oathkeepers remained by Han Xiao's side, assisting him in battle. However, they were destroyed one after another. The Oathkeepers were elite machines, and under the buffs of Han Xiao, they had the ability to fight against Grade B supers. However, their opponents this time were Calamity Grade supers, and 3 of them at that. Bang! The abdomen of the last Oathkeeper was shattered by Degulish's kick, and its parts fell to the ground like intestines. Following which, Degulish grabbed its head and pulled it out forcefully. In an instant, oil splattered everywhere, and the neck was still connected to some tendon-like wires. What other helpers do you have? Call them all out. Degulish threw the head of the Oathkeeper away, his voice filled with killing intent and rage. The 8 Oathkeepers all fell, and Han Xiao half knelt on the ground, coughing non-stop. There were many damaged parts of the mech, and sparks were leaking out. Everyone was surrounded by the black tide, and the Mech Legion were all blocked outside, constantly being destroyed by Ashes. Han Xiao took a deep breath and checked his status. His HP was still around 82%, but his energy had just recovered. The mech had blocked even more damage, and its durability was only left with 8%. Indestructible Fortitude had been triggered, reducing even more damage. However, only damage to the body could trigger energy absorption. The Void Dragon mech was a good item, and he had used it for a long time. Even now, it could still keep up with his level. Han Xiao did not want to lose this mech. Seeing that the durability of the mech was almost depleted, Han Xiao hurriedly kept the mech, exposing his body to the 3 Calamity Grade supers. Only then were the 3 of them able to see Han Xiao's face. "You're finally willing to come out from this shell." Ashes's lips curled up. A mechanic giving up on the mech and exposing his body meant that he had been forced into a dead end. Stop talking nonsense and quickly kill him. Terry's face was filled with impatience. He shook the metal piece, and it turned into a hard blade with energy wrapped around it. At this moment, Han Xiao straightened his body, and there was not much nervousness on his face. This calm expression made Degulish and Ashes frown. "Don't be too happy. The battle has only just begun." As he spoke, Han Xiao raised his foot and stomped down. Hum. Endless mechanical force spread out from where his foot landed like a gigantic lightning spiderweb, easily passing through the black tide and covering the entire battlefield. The abandoned parts on the ground were connected by electric snakes, making sizzling noises. The next moment, countless abandoned parts floated into the air, and the distorted metal pieces regained their shape under the effect of the mechanical force field. They quickly reassembled and turned back into their original mechanical soldiers. More than half of the 1/3 of the Mech Legion had been recovered. Within the black tide, the 8 Oathkeepers stood up once more. One of the Oathkeepers twisted the head that it had just installed, and with a click, it adjusted its position. Waste modification. The destroyed mech was instantly pulled back up. Looking at the 8 Oathkeepers surrounding Han Xiao, Degulish's face instantly turned dark. This fellow really has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Terry clicked his tongue. "That's useless. Without the mech, he's dead for sure," Degulish said angrily. Ashes coldly snorted. With the number of his army recovered, the pressure on him increased, and he could not divert his attention to deal with Han Xiao. He could only focus on dealing with the Mech Legion and leave Han Xiao to his 2 teammates. Han Xiao's face turned slightly pale. Using waste modification on such a large scale consumed a terrifying amount of energy, and he had lost more than half of his maximum energy. The energy consumption of this skill depended on the area it covered and the number of mechs in the area. At the same time, there was a coefficient of 0x, where x was a variable. After multiplying it, It would be the exact amount of energy consumed. The higher one's level was, the smaller this coefficient would be. This meant that the higher one's level was, the lower the energy consumption of waste modification would be. Boom, boom, boom. The next second, Degulish and Terry charged forward once more, unleashing a torrential barrage of attacks. The battle began once more. Their fists landed heavily on their bodies time and time again, and the metal blades slashed open wounds on their bodies. Without the bonuses of the mech, Han Xiao became even more passive. He was constantly struck, and blood spurted out from his mouth. It looked as though he was at the end of the road. The attacks of the two Calamity-grade supers were extremely powerful, and they dealt at least a few thousand damage every second on Han Xiao's body. After fighting to his heart's content for a long time, Degulish finally realized that something was wrong. Wait a minute. This fellow had spurted out a few liters of blood, so how was he still so lively? If Degulish could see Han Xiao's attributes, he would have noticed that Han Xiao's HP and MP bars were constantly increasing and decreasing. It looked rather playful, and his HP had never dropped below half. He looked like he was in a sorry state, but in truth, he was as steady as an old dog, not panicking at all. Every second dealt a few thousand damage, and the amount of energy he converted to energy was also a lot. Degulish and Terry's damage was very high, but it could not keep up with his health regeneration. Han Xiao was secretly relieved. Only through actual combat did he know how tenacious his vitality was. He did not even need to use the Aurora character summon card that he had prepared. Intermediate cell proliferation control. Intermediate energy absorption. These two molding talents were simply too powerful. Thank you, Fu Ding, bro. Although it was stable, it still hurt to be beaten up. However, compared to the pain he had experienced during his race evolution, this bit of pain was a form of enjoyment. Degulish fought for a long time, his expression constantly changing, from ferocious to shocked, from shocked to shocked, and from shocked to dumbfounded. No matter how much they increased their strength, causing Blackstar to spurt out blood, the other party did not show any signs of being heavily injured. He could still run, jump, and even open his mouth. Not only Degulish, but even Terry was dumbfounded. F***ck, what was wrong with this person? Why couldn't he be beaten to death? Peng. Another attack, and Han Xiao was sent flying, creating a large crater in the ground. Degulish and Terry did not continue to chase after him. Instead, they stood far away, looking at Han Xiao in shock. Achem. Why aren't you fighting anymore? Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Han Xiao stood up, his body covered in blood. He patted the dust off his body and chuckled. That's it. I haven't had enough fun yet. Put in more strength. Did you guys not drink milk? Ash's pupils constricted, and his face was filled with disbelief. This scene had awakened a distant memory. The first time he had fought with Han Xiao on Floating Dragon Island, Han Xiao had displayed an extremely powerful recovery ability, forcing him to retreat. At that time, Ashes had thought that Han Xiao's recovery ability had a limit, and as long as he was strong enough, he would definitely be able to kill the other party. This was what he had thought until not too long ago. However, Han Xiao had used his physical body to take on two Calamity-grade supers who were going all out, and even the ground had caved in a few meters from the shockwaves, forming a large crater. However, he was still as lively as ever. At this moment, Ashes was shaken. Could it be that he was wrong, and this fellow's recovery ability really had no limit? Wouldn't that mean no one would be able to kill this monster? Just as the three of them were in shock, rumbling footsteps could be heard from not too far away. It was as though an army of hundreds of thousands was marching, and even the ground was trembling. Hundreds of thousands of players were charging toward Han Xiao's battlefield. They were unable to deal with the spaceships in the sky, so they had come over to join in the fun. While they were only low-grade supers, there were hundreds of thousands of them. Furthermore, many of them had broken through the level 60 barrier and obtained race evolution. Courting death. I'll deal with this group of people. You guys think of a way to kill Blackstar. Ashes kept the shock in his heart, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He was prepared to destroy these hundreds of thousands of people. Way? What way? Degulish clenched his teeth, opened his communicator, and gave an order to the temporary commander of the fleet. Activate the main cannon of the mothership. Your Excellency, where should we attack? Attack Black Star for me. Not too far away. Han Xiao's despicable smile froze on his face. Chapter 558. The main cannon of the mothership. Han Xiao immediately became nervous. The power of the main cannon was far greater than that of a normal battleship's laser cannon. With the size of the Darkstar mothership, a single shot from it would at least create a crater on a planet. Using it to deal with him alone was like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. Did I push Degulish too hard? Han Xiao could not help but reflect. If he had known earlier, he would have held back. He would have screamed out loud and pretended that Degulish's attack had dealt him a huge amount of damage. No matter what, the other party had at least tried his best. If he did not react at all, it would be too hurtful to the other party's pride. The other party was a calamity grade after all. How could he not care about his face? Han Xiao could not say for sure how much damage a single shot from the main cannon could deal to him. While his tankiness had already been proven in battle, facing a galactic weapon on the level of a mothership's main cannon, he did not have much confidence in his heart. The nemesis of a fast recovery speed was an explosive damage output. For example, AIM's unreasonable toss of floating Dragon Island. As long as the damage exceeded the recovery speed, he would be dead meat. The main cannon of the mothership was clearly in the category of high damage. While it was far from being on the level of a Star Destroyer cannon, its power was still very high. If an ordinary calamity grade did not use their abilities and only used their energy to defend, they would most likely be smashed into pieces after taking a single shot from the main cannon. If they were lucky, they might even be able to leave behind some charred meat. As such, only an idiot would stay behind to take the hit. Han Xiao did not say anything and put on the Void Dragon mechanical suit, which had recovered some durability, and flew into the sky. The Blacklight stealth swooped down, preparing to assist Han Xiao. Stay behind. Ashes could not be bothered with the players approaching him. With a wave of his hand, the black tide turned into countless hands that grabbed at Han Xiao. However, the speed of the black tide could not compare to the speed of the Void Dragon mechanical suit. Just at this moment, veins popped out on Degulish's forehead as he stomped on the ground, cracking the ground in a radius of several hundred meters. Like a streak of light, he used his explosive strength to appear above Han Xiao's head. His entire body was covered in flames, condensing into a whirlpool on his fist, releasing a dazzling light. This was his martial arts technique, and Han Xiao had already been hit by this technique more than once. Han Xiao only had time to raise his arms, and the glowing fist hit the center of his crossed arms. Bang! It was as if a bright purple sun had exploded in the sky. A powerful force surged toward Han Xiao, and he did not have any resistance points in midair. His vision blurred, and all he saw was the blacklight stealth flying away from him. Then, he felt a strong impact on his back, and his entire body fell through the ground. Rocks and dirt filled his vision, and he only saw a small dot in the sky. This explosive punch sent Han Xiao from the sky into the ground, who knew how many meters into the ground. His arms were in pain, and a bone fracture status appeared on his interface. Han Xiao sighed inwardly at the strength of a calamity-grade pugilist's fist. At the same time, he circulated his energy to proliferate his cells, rapidly repairing the damage. The broken bones were connected by the pressure of his muscles, and his cells began to proliferate. In the blink of an eye, the bones had been reconnected. Cell proliferation could repair any damage to the body. As long as one was willing to repair the body, while regaining blood, fractures, disabilities, and other negative statuses could also be healed. This was a side effect that Han Xiao had discovered when he was being beaten up. Otherwise, all his bones would have been shattered. Dong dong dong. Before he could even catch his breath, the ground above his head exploded once more. Degulish had directly shattered the ground in this region, his fist penetrating through the ground like a human bulldozer. Han Xiao did not want to be buried alive, so he knocked aside the falling rocks and flew out. However, Ash's black tide had arrived once more, obstructing him for a moment. Caught you. Degulish took large strides forward, grabbing onto Han Xiao's waist. He quickly changed his position and arrived behind Han Xiao. His hands formed a locking technique, wanting to use his strength to suppress and restrict Han Xiao's movements. He was determined not to let Han Xiao escape and wanted to make him eat a cannon. In terms of strength, Han Xiao was indeed no match for a calamity-grade pugilist. He did not want to wrestle with Degulish. Shua. At this moment, Terry took the opportunity to attack. Numerous metal plates extended, piercing toward Han Xiao's eyes, throat, heart, and other vital areas. Dang dang dang. Two Oathkeepers blocked in front of him, activating their shields to block. Every time they underwent waste modification, the quality of their machinery would drop by 1 grade. The two Oathkeepers did not manage to block for long before they were pierced by the metal plates. However, this had already bought some time for Han Xiao. Han Xiao activated the mechanical suit's propulsion module with all his strength, bringing Degulish into the sky and dodging Terry's attack. He struggled for a while, but he was unable to break free from Degulish's locking technique. Thus, he changed his method. The legs of the mechanical suit suddenly split open, and Han Xiao slid out of the mechanical suit, easily escaping. At the same time, he used his mechanical force to disintegrate the Void Dragon mechanical suit and reform it on his body. Degulish missed and landed on the ground, allowing Han Xiao to increase the distance between them. The threat of the mothership's main cannon lingered in his mind, and with every second he delayed, Han Xiao's sense of danger deepened. However, Degulish and Terry were watching him closely, and the moment he flew into the sky, he would definitely be stopped. The blacklight stealth circled above his head. If he dared to get too close to the two Calamity-grade supers, they would tear apart his spaceship. The battle had lasted for more than 5 minutes, and the cooldown of void travel was already over. Han Xiao wanted to enter the spaceship, but the moment he entered the void state, he would be able to pass through material objects and would not be able to affect anything in the real world. He would not even be able to use his mechanical suit, and he could only use his mechanical force to float in the air. The duration of void travel was not enough to allow him to enter the spaceship. This isn't good. Han Xiaoshan was helpless, and he turned to look at the hundreds of thousands of players charging over. If the footman could restrain the 3 Calamity-grade supers for a short while and create an opening, he would be able to leave the battlefield. As the saying goes, an army is trained for 1,000 days to be used in a single moment. Brothers, the rest is up to. Ashes snapped his fingers a few times. Pa. The health of the hundreds of thousands of players plummeted, and they collapsed on the ground, turning into white light and reviving. Ash's Esper ability was too domineering. If one did not have a true damage-resistant specialty, any target weaker than him would not even have the qualifications to fight with him. Numbers were meaningless, and it was because of this that he was treated as a killing machine by Darkstar, easily massacring millions of people in Long Arc Constellation. The hundreds of thousands of players revived one after another in the plaza of the base, and there was an uproar. F***CK, I died in an instant. Carbon dissociation? It's all true damage. Is this boss really that overpowered? We're all dead, so it's obvious that we can't participate in the battle where Blackstar is. So, this should be a plot kill. The theory of a plot kill spread like wildfire, and most people believed it. No one wanted to join in the fun. In the game, one could only die 10 times every 6 days, and the players did not want to waste their limited number of deaths on a plot kill. They could only stretch their necks and watch the battle on Han Xiao's side. This was not the first time they had seen a plot. For example, the war between the Germinal Organization and the Six Nations in version 1.0, as well as the battle with the mutation source not long ago. Everyone was already used to it. Speaking of which, our Blue Star has quite a few plots. Everyone felt that this was also Blackstar's personal plot, and they were very curious about what would happen next. In the eyes of many players, the sudden crisis that Blue Star was facing was a sign that they were about to leave the Novice Planet. It was a plot event. As the leader of the guiding faction, Blackstar would most likely be the leader of their faction for a very long time in the future. Thus, Many players believed that Black Star would most likely shine in this matter and leave a deep impression on them. However, they did not know what would happen exactly. Seeing the hundreds of thousands of players die at the same time, Han Xiao's mouth could not help but twitch. TSK, I can't count on these players. The level of a Calamity Grade Super is too high. Degulish and the other two surrounded Han Xiao in a triangular formation, but they did not surround him. Instead, they opened up a small distance. The three of them did not want to let Han Xiao escape, but they were also unwilling to be dragged along by Han Xiao. The cannons did not differentiate between friend and foe. Rizda, can you stop the mothership in outer space from firing its cannons? Han Xiao softly asked from within the mechanical suit's helmet. I have no choice. I infiltrated another mothership and can only help you check the situation. Not good, the main cannon of this mothership is about to finish charging, and the target has been locked onto. You have roughly 6 seconds left. Rizda's voice reverberated within the mechanical suit's helmet. Looks like I won't be able to dodge this cannon. Come on, I can hold on. Han Xiao could only encourage himself. He threw down a few compressed orbs, which turned into layers of alloy shields and covered himself within. This was a portable defensive fortress that was specifically used for defense. It did not have any other effect other than being tough enough. Following which, the remaining mech legion began to move, charging toward Han Xiao. One by one, they pounced onto the fortress and used their bodies as shields. At the same time, they opened their shields and faced the sky. Degulish and the other two did not want to get close to the range of the mothership's cannons. As long as Black Star was unable to escape, the three of them turned to attack the mech legion that had gathered in all directions. Mechanical soldiers fell one after another, and only a portion of them managed to pass through the gaps between the attacks of the three of them and arrived beside the fortress. The defensive line formed by the mechanical soldiers became thicker and thicker. The remaining hovering shield shuttles and mechanical arms also flew into the sky and opened their shields. Han Xiao had released almost all of his defensive machinery, and he did not know how much of the damage these measures could reduce. Recovering his health to full, he focused his attention and prepared to use Aurora's character summon card at any time. Right at this moment, Degulish, who was attacking the mech legion, received the signal from the mothership, and the three of them immediately retreated from the area. It's a success. Black Star has nowhere to run. Degulish revealed a satisfied smile. They had chased after Black Star so that the mothership's cannons could hit Black Star. This was the method that had the highest chance of killing Black Star. At the same time, within the fortress, Han Xiao's alertness was at its highest. He activated recoil thorns that he had obtained from the Germinal organization leader. This skill could reduce the damage of the next attack by 30%. Chapter 559. The speed of the main cannon was extremely fast, and he had already been locked onto. There was no point in dodging on the ground. It only took a few milliseconds for the cannon to hit him. Even Degulish and the other two would have to dodge before the cannon fired. Unable to ride on the blacklight stealth, Han Xiao did not expect to be able to dodge the attack of the main cannon with his own speed. Void travel might be able to dodge one shot, but as long as the main cannon of the Darkstar mothership was activated, it would definitely not stop at one shot upon seeing him dodge. Rather than that, he might as well make use of the limited time he had to stack up his defenses and use recoil thorns as a safeguard. He would first try to tank the first shot and figure out the damage of the main cannon. With so many measures, his chances of survival were still very high. If he could tank the first shot, he would be able to bluff and scare the enemy. As this thought flashed through his mind, a terrifying energy reaction suddenly descended. The moment he sensed it, the attack had already arrived. He was in the fortress and could not see the scene of the main cannon descending. He could only feel the layers of shields shattering from the feedback of the mechanical force. Countless mechanical soldiers were destroyed, and the fortress above his head quickly changed shape. Following which, a bright light filled his vision, and a terrifying heat covered his entire body. Boom, boom, boom. A huge force came crashing down like a mountain, and Han Xiao was instantly slammed to the ground. He was enveloped in the energy pillar of the main cannon, and his vision was completely white. The endless stream of energy was like a waterfall, pressing down heavily on his body and sinking into the ground. His health dropped rapidly. Even with the additional 30% damage reduction, the first wave had taken away a third of his health. The subsequent high temperature and energy shockwaves caused continuous damage, and his health dropped rapidly. Han Xiao could not move at all, and he felt as if all the flesh on his body was melting and evaporating. All sorts of debuffs appeared one after another. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been reduced to ashes in one shot. He gritted his teeth and activated intermediate cell proliferation control, recovering 28% of his HP at the highest rate possible. Only then was he able to keep up with the rate at which his HP was dropping. He was only slightly slower. His HP bar continued to jump, causing his heart to palpitate. He was prepared to use the Aurora character summon card at any moment. He recovered over 10,000 HP every second, which was equivalent to expending 2,000 to 3,000 energy points every second. Fortunately, while the main cannon was dealing damage, it was also continuously replenishing his energy points, maintaining his HP regeneration ability. Damage notifications popped up crazily on the interface. Originally, the mothership's main cannon still had a portion of high true damage, but with Steel Body's ability, it was very crucial. It could be said that it had greatly reduced the speed of his HP loss. Han Xiao only suffered normal damage. A few seconds ago, after shooting down another assault ship, Ngojin's entire body was wrapped in flames. He hovered in the air for a short while and looked at Han Xiao's battlefield from afar. The shock in his eyes could not be concealed. Black Star really withstood the siege of 3 Calamity-grade supers. How did he do it? Ngojin was very shocked. He knew that he could not do it. At this moment, he noticed that there seemed to be a change on Han Xiao's side. He saw that Black Star was rapidly stacking his defenses, while the 3 Darkstar Calamity grades were running far away, as if they were avoiding something dangerous. Why aren't they fighting? Is Black Star guarding against something? Ngojin's face was filled with doubt. Before he could think, the sudden change gave him the answer. Shua. A thick beam of light descended from the sky and hit Han Xiao's position. Calling it a hit was not accurate. The thick beam of light directly covered an area of a few hundred meters around Han Xiao. From the time the beam of light pierced through the clouds to hitting the ground, it took less than the blink of an eye. Even with Ngojin's reaction speed, he did not have the time to react. He could only subconsciously squint his eyes to resist the strong light. Bang! This shot blasted out a crater in the blink of an eye. The beam of light was like a divine spear, piercing straight into the ground. It gave off the illusion that it would pierce through the entire planet. The impact was extremely strong. The strong light was so blinding that Ngojin could barely open his eyes. His expression changed drastically. This is the mothership of Darkstar. The main cannon of a spaceship. Are the people of Darkstar crazy? They actually used their main cannon to deal with a single person. How did Black Star provoke them? Rumble, the next moment, a violent explosion shot up into the sky. The wind suddenly blew, and countless dirt and debris were sent flying in all directions by the shockwave. The main cannon of the Darkstar mothership used a separate energy furnace, and its power was many times higher than the light cannons of the assault spaceships. Relatively speaking, the mothership's main cannon was considered a single target attack in galactic combat. Of course, if the main cannon was used to hit a single target, the effect would be no different from an AoE. The main cannon continued to fire, and the terrifying heat distorted the air. Shockwaves burst out, and the area covered by the beam of light had already turned into a crater, and the area was still rapidly expanding. Inside the protective shield, the faces of countless players were illuminated by the white light. Their faces were lifeless, and only the beam of light remained in their sight. This is justice from the heavens. Whoosh! The main cannon stopped firing, and the last beam of light landed in the center of the crater. Boom! All of a sudden, the accumulated energy exploded. The sound was even louder than before. Flames and dust spread out at high speed, like a constantly expanding cover. Whistling hot winds swept out. The earth trembled. Everyone hiding inside the protective shield also felt the intense tremors, and they swayed from side to side. After a while, the explosion of energy finally stopped, and the dust obscured their vision. Everyone could only see the crater outside the sanctuary, as if it had been hit by a meteor. What is this? Countless players were shaken. Bennett was speechless. Hela threw herself onto the protective shield, and her pupils constricted. Ngojin stood at the top of the protective shield, and his face was filled with anxiety as he looked at Han Xiao's original position. That was the center of the crater, and dust was everywhere. Degulish, Ashes, and Terry stood up, and their faces were covered in dust. They had run a little further before the cannon fired and were only sent flying by the shockwave, landing in different places. After standing up, they all looked toward the center of the crater, eager to confirm the outcome of the battle. The Darkstar assault spaceships and Ghidorah spaceships had all stopped firing and were hovering in the air, observing the situation. The dust gradually dissipated, and the center of the crater was caved in for who knew how many meters. The slope was extremely steep, and the deeper it went, the redder the soil became. Many places had been turned into crystals by the high temperature, and some rocks had melted into lava that was over 1,000 degrees Celsius, giving off a white glow as it flowed down the slope. Countless mechanical fragments were scattered around, and a portion of them had already melted into molten iron. In the center of the crater, a figure slowly crawled up. His entire body was charred black, and smoke was coming out of his body. He shook his body a few times, and the charred skin on his body fell off, revealing his normal skin color. He raised his hand and shot out a bolt of mechanical force, changing the shape of a few mechanical fragments and covering his lower body like a pair of pants. Han Xiao's muscular upper body was exposed, and he held the back of his neck with one hand as he cracked his neck and smiled. Phew, that's more like it. I feel like my body is stretched out. Everyone's eyes were focused on Han Xiao. Everyone was looking at him. Not dead. The lively black star formed a huge contrast with the crater beside him. This scene made Degulish, Ashes, Terry, Ngojin, Hela, and the other players feel an immense impact, and their eyes widened in shock. Chapter 560. Even the main cannon of the mothership couldn't kill him? Degulish's eyes widened in disbelief. Ashes clenched his fists tightly, and his face turned green. Terry's body trembled, and his face was filled with shock. The battlefield was dead silent. Han Xiao looked at the machinery fragments around him, and a pained expression flashed through his eyes. He was fine, but most of the machinery had been destroyed, and he had suffered a huge loss. He had 10 million aners in his account, and Ghidorah still owed him 15 million aners. Money was not a problem, but the time he had lost was huge. After this battle, he would have to spend a long time in the machinery modification room to restore the current scale of the Mech Legion. Han Technician counted the notifications on his interface. The power of the main cannon lasted for a few seconds, and it was split into multiple waves of damage. The first wave of damage was the highest, and the subsequent waves gradually decreased. The total damage was over 50,000, which was even higher than his maximum health. He had forcefully healed himself, and the various machinery and shields had reduced a portion of the damage. After experiencing it personally, Han Xiaoshan had a rough idea. If he had not used the defensive measures earlier and used his body to take the main cannon head-on, he would have received over 80,000 damage, and his health regeneration would not have been able to keep up. He would have had to use Aurora's character summon card again, and he only had 3 uses left. He still had 1 void travel. I should be able to last a few more times. There's no need to escape immediately. I can still gamble on this mission. Why don't I? Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and he casually waved his hand. The belly of the blacklight stealth opened, and dozens of compressed orbs shot out. He used his mechanical force to pull them onto his body, and he activated the backup amphiptyr mechanical suit. He had always had a habit of storing backup machinery, and there were a few other sets of equipment in the spaceship's warehouse. The machinery and compressed orbs that he had originally brought with him were all destroyed, and even the Void Dragon mechanical suit was damaged. However, the bones of the Void Dragon race were tough enough, and the core materials were not completely destroyed. Furthermore, with his current position in Floating Dragon, it was easy for him to apply for the Void Dragon bones. After putting on the mechanical suit, Han Xiao jumped out of the crater and flew into the air. Looking at the stunned Degulish, he displayed his thick skin and teased, "Hey, I was lying. Hey, I was just kidding. Actually, that was quite effective. Do you want to try it again? Maybe you can kill me." Degulish could hear the mocking tone in the voice, and his face turned purple from anger. He almost lost his composure as he roared into the communication device. "Continue firing. If one shot was not enough, then 2 shots would be enough." He didn't believe it. After saying that, Degulish leaped up like a cannonball, heading straight for Han Xiao. The mothership's main cannon needed to be recharged, and he wanted to entangle Han Xiao once more to prevent Blackstar from escaping. Seeing that, Ashes and Terry could only put away their emotions and work together with Degulish, attacking from 2 other directions. Blackstar, the mothership's main cannon, has begun its second round of charging. Rizda's voice rang out from within the mecha's helmet. "Show me the time," Han Xiao said. A countdown appeared on the top left corner of the tactical screen. The second main cannon would be fully charged and fired in 40 seconds. Han Xiao began to fight with the 3 of them once more. The Amphiptyr's stats were far lower than the Void Dragon's, and it was turned into scrap metal in no time. However, he still had a few sets of compressed orbs from his backup mechanical suits, which he constantly changed and destroyed. After fighting for a while, 30 seconds quickly passed, and the time for the second main cannon to fire was getting closer and closer. Once again dragging Han Xiao to the ground, Degulish and the other 2 did the same as before, simultaneously opening up a distance to avoid the cannon fire. However, this time, Han Xiao did not stay behind to defend himself. Instead, he turned and charged toward Terry, who was closest to him. Han Xiao also knew the exact time to fire, and the enemy would not be suspicious because of this. After all, with the first example, they would only think that their dodging had alerted Blackstar. He wants to drag Terry along to be attacked. Degulish instantly understood Han Xiao's intentions and was not surprised. With a cold snort, he said, "He won't be able to catch up to Terry." The Calamity-grade Terry was even faster, and even with Han Xiao charging with all his might, the distance between them was constantly increasing. At this rate, he would definitely not be able to catch up. Ashes suddenly froze and exclaimed, "No, stop the main cannon. Blackstar has a flicker-like ability." During the battle, Han Xiao had only used Void Travel once, and that was to prevent Ashes from using his Esper ability. Ashes had almost been kicked in the crotch, and it had left a deep impression on him. With his reminder, Degulish suddenly reacted. His expression changed as he hastily shouted into the communicator, "Sh**T. Quickly cancel the lock." Right at this moment, Han Xiao used Void Travel and instantly appeared beside Terry, revealing an evil smile. "Hee, let's see who can tank better." "No." Terry turned pale with fright and fear appeared in his eyes. He had a look of "don't come here" on his face. Boom. The next moment, the second main cannon descended, and a second crater appeared on the ground. Explosion, smoke, and shockwaves. Just like the previous cannon, the people within the protective shield once again experienced the feeling of an earthquake. Only when the smoke dissipated did they realize that the cannon had missed, hitting tens of kilometers away and not hitting Han Xiao's position. At the critical moment, Darkstar's temporary commander hurriedly moved the cannon away. Terry's mouth was wide open as he looked at the crater in the distance. He was so frightened that he broke out in cold sweat, and he hurriedly escaped from Han Xiao's side, running more than 1,000 meters away. Having escaped death, Terry still had some lingering fear in his heart as he panted heavily. "TSK, consider yourself lucky." Han Xiao stood where he was and curled his lips, feeling that it was a pity. If Darkstar had not reacted in time, the enemy would have reaped what they had sown. Killing one of their high-level combatants in one shot, he would have gotten back some interest and at least left one enemy behind. However, not hitting was also effective. Han Xiao shook his head and turned to look at Degulish. He shrugged and pretended to feel pity. What are you going to say next? Are you going to fire or not? You. Degulish gritted his teeth and almost crushed his communicator. However, he did not dare to use his main cannon on Han Xiao, for fear of harming the innocent. Black Star had withstood the first shot, and the second shot had almost killed Terry. The results of these two shots showed that the main cannon was completely useless against Black Star and could even injure themselves. The three of them were unable to kill Black Star, and the strongest main cannon of the mothership was also unable to do anything to him. The three of them had realized that even though Black Star could not beat them, the rhythm of the battle had fallen into his hand. Before this, they had never thought that a fellow who had not even reached the calamity grade would be able to cause so much trouble. He could not be beaten up, and he could not be killed. Then, should they bring Black Star onto the ship? Degulish immediately rejected this idea. What a joke! How would he dare to bring this fellow onto the spaceship? Right at this moment, the temporary commander urgently reported the new situation. A strong spatial fluctuation has been detected nearby. Ghidorah's fleet has broken through the spatial disturbance and is currently providing support through the hyperdrive base station. Enemies are continuously appearing, and there is not much time left. We have to quickly retreat. Han Xiao also received Ngojin's message at the same time and heaved a sigh of relief. Ghidorah's reinforcements had finally arrived. Although they would be late, they would definitely arrive. Degulish's expression was extremely ugly. He had no other choice but to accept the result of the mission failure. The three of them had been delayed by Han Xiao for too long and had not been able to cause any more damage to Blue Star. Dark Star's fleet began to retreat, and Degulish and the other two escaped from the battle and boarded the assault spaceship. Right at this moment, the three of them suddenly heard Han Xiao's soft laughter. "Come and play when you're free." Han Xiao smiled and waved his hand, adding in his heart, "If you guys still have the chance. Just you wait. I hope you can still laugh in the future." Degulish's expression was gloomy as he turned around and entered the spaceship. Ashes looked deeply at Han Xiao. "Next time, I'll definitely find a way to kill you." Dark Star's assault spaceships that had attacked Blue Star all took off, and the mothership outside the atmosphere began to leave. As the reinforcements from Ghidorah's fleet were too large, almost all the other Calamity Planet's fleet had arrived. Dark Star did not wish to engage in a firefight and hurriedly retreated. Looking at Dark Star's fleet disappearing into the horizon, Han Xiao retracted his gaze and looked at the devastated sanctuary. He kept the smile on his face and sighed with a heavy expression. This time, they had suffered heavy losses. The base was fine, but most of the sanctuaries outside had been destroyed and turned into ruins. The number of casualties had not been calculated, but it was definitely not small. Including the 6 nations, a conservative estimate put the number of casualties at over 10 million. After surviving the mutation disaster with much difficulty, the survivors had encountered a sudden disaster, and their civilization had suffered a heavy blow. The only good news was that the Blue Star civilization had not been completely destroyed. "Bennett, calculate the losses and treat the injured." With a sigh, Han Xiao used his communicator to issue an order before lying down with his face facing the sky. The moment the pressure disappeared, the tiredness that he had forced himself to endure exploded, engulfing his entire body like a tsunami. He did not even want to move a single finger. This battle had exhausted him to death. Thankfully, while the losses were heavy, the outcome was not irreversible. Everything had finally come to an end. Ngojin landed at the side and looked at Han Xiao with a complicated expression. The shock in his heart was like a tsunami. Dark Star had attacked the defenseless Blue Star, mobilizing 3 Calamity-grade supers, but to no avail. Even the main cannon had not been able to kill Black Star. In other words, it was equivalent to Black Star holding back 3 Calamity-grade supers and preventing them from destroying the planet. In the end, Dark Star was forced to retreat. Nagakin could almost imagine how big of an uproar this news would cause in the shattered star ring in the following days. Chapter 561. A series of notifications popped up on the interface. Blue Star Crisis, completed. You have received 62 experience, Garten Star System Renown +2, Blue Star, 6 Nations Favorability plus 1500, Assassination Target, completed. You have received 1210 experience, Garten Star System Renown +30, Godora Camp Favorability plus 1000, you have received 1 legendary point, both missions were completed. Han Xiao looked at the notifications. His renown in the Garten Star System was not low to begin with, and when the news spread, it would increase his renown. After this battle, his renown in the Garten Star System would probably increase to the level of famous far and wide, which meant that he would be a famous person in the starfield. This time, he had also received a new legendary point. Star System Legendary Point, Garten Star System Battle of the 3 Natural Disasters. You were surrounded by 3 Grade A supers and did not lose in the end. You have proven your strength. This is a legendary story, enough to make anyone who knows of it feel surprised and doubtful. Everyone who knows of you will recognize your strength, and your story will be sung in the galaxy. The Star System Legendary Point had a wider range than the Planet Legendary Point and increased the percentage of the reward. The Planet Legendary Point was 5%, and the Star System Legendary Point was 12%. This was Han Xiao's first Star System Legendary Point. Other than the mission rewards, a notification popped up on the NPC interface. There was a new option: Sad Smiley Battle Campaign, Blue Star Defense Battle. What a surprise. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. Only a more sensational battle would generate a Battle Campaign instance dungeon. Another similar one was Battle Campaign, Power of the Dragon Emperor. This meant that his battle with Darkstar had reached the level of generating an instance dungeon. It was very easy to deal with the rewards, and it was completed very quickly. At this time, Godora spaceships descended from the sky and landed slowly. The commander walked over with a group of subordinates. Darkstar set up a space disruption device. We came too late, and they escaped. How is the situation here? As he spoke, the fleet commander subconsciously looked at the crater that had been blasted out by the main cannon, and his heart sank. He felt that the support mission might have failed, and Blue Star had suffered irreparable damage. The enemy didn't succeed. Ngojin explained briefly. Han Xiao's actions played a key role. He focused on explaining the battle between Darkstar and Han Xiao. Hearing this, Godora's commander and subordinates all looked at Han Xiao. Their expressions changed, and their faces were filled with disbelief. Fighting against 3 calamity grades and the mothership's main cannon, this was too strong. Godora looked at the traces of battle around them and knew how intense the battle had been. Godora's upper echelons had been anxiously waiting for the results. They were not worried about Blue Star but about Han Xiao's safety. As long as Han Xiao was alive, the information exchange could continue. When they learned that Darkstar had sent 3 high-level combatants to deal with Blackstar, the upper echelons' hearts sank. They thought that Darkstar had discovered that Blackstar had stolen information, so they had taken action. However, Ngojin's report shocked the upper echelons. Blackstar had not been defeated even when facing 3 high-level combatants. His opponents were not weaklings but 3 high-level combatants in the galaxy. In the end, he had even taken on the main cannon head-on. This level of strength shocked even the knowledgeable upper echelons of Godora. Blackstar's performance had already entered the ranks of the top combatant. The 6 nations and the sanctuary had suffered varying degrees of damage, and they were organizing people to deal with it. Godora's people had already arrived and were temporarily stationed there, worried that Darkstar would return and help clean up the mess at the same time. There were dilapidated walls everywhere, flames blazing, and smoke rising in spirals. Many injured people were dug out from the rubble by the guards. They covered their bleeding wounds and screamed in pain. There were also residents who had lost their family members who were in a daze and sobbing. It was a tragic scene. Although Darkstar had been repelled, it had caused countless deaths, and the damage would forever remain in the hearts of the survivors. Many of the survivors did not have time to grieve. They took the initiative to join the relief effort and contribute their strength. Han Xiao rested for a while before getting up and walking toward the base. Along the way, the relief workers came and went hurriedly, constantly brushing past him. They were all rushing to save people and did not stop in front of him. However, when they passed by, these relief workers would spontaneously nod at Han Xiao with solemn respect and an indescribable gratitude on their faces. After entering the base area, Hela came up to him and sized him up carefully. She hesitated for a while and said uncertainly, "Are you not injured?" Aurora quickly interrupted. "Tell me if you are injured. I can treat you. I've seen many such small situations." Han Xiao waved his hand. His face was not red, and he was not panting at all. "It's good that you think you are fine." Hela paused and did not say much. "Hihi, big sister was very worried about you just now." Aurora giggled. Before Han Xiao could look over, Hela immediately explained, "If you died, we would not be able to live either." Han Xiao rolled his eyes and said, "Helping me earlier is more useful than saying anything else." Hela had never directly accepted Han Xiao's invitation before, but this time, she did not deny it and slowly said, "I will focus on training at the Dragon Emperor's place and become stronger as soon as possible." "Me too." Aurora quickly raised her hand. At this time, Bennett walked over from the side with a sorrowful expression. The outer area of the sanctuary is almost completely destroyed and can only be rebuilt. The Six Nations' losses are even greater. Many cities have been destroyed, and they are busy with disaster relief. They asked me to thank you for sending reinforcements on their behalf. Otherwise, the losses would have been even greater. According to preliminary estimates, 12 million people in Blue Star were killed, and the number of injured and disabled is probably a few times that number. This result is already very good. Han Xiao shook his head. From the beginning to the end, Darkstar's attack had actually only lasted a little more than 10 minutes, but it had already caused tens of millions of casualties. If not for the mercenaries, Nagojin, and the players, the losses would have been even greater. Ghidorah's reinforcements had actually arrived very quickly. This was all thanks to the hyperdrive base station that Ghidorah had set up early on. Otherwise, if Darkstar had been given enough time, it would not have been a matter of how many casualties there were. At that time, it would not even be possible to find a living person to count the losses. The destruction of the cities was even more severe. They were basically in ruins, and it would take a long time to rebuild. "This group of attackers is Darkstar?" Bennett asked. Han Xiao nodded. Damn it, Bennett's expression was angry and helpless. Even if he knew who the enemy was, he had no way of dealing with them. He did not even have the right to talk to them. He could only swallow the bitter fruit and chew on his hatred. "Don't worry, I will solve the problem of Darkstar." "You don't have to worry." Han Xiao smiled. After patting Bennett's shoulder, Han Xiao walked past the few of them and walked toward the central base. He only left a back view for Hela and the others to see. They suddenly saw an illusion. The back view of Han Xiao when he left Blue Star and boarded the spaceship overlapped with the back view at this moment. It was as if this old acquaintance had unknowingly grown to a point where they could only look up to him. After returning to his room, Han Xiao took a shower and changed his clothes. The battle just now had consumed a lot of energy. As soon as he relaxed, his stomach started to cramp from hunger. After eating more than 20 highly concentrated nutrition bars, he felt that he had regained some energy. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. When the door opened, Hurlus and a group of officers were standing outside. Most of the mercenaries had gone to support the Six Nations and had just returned not long ago. As soon as they returned, they were shocked to hear about Han Xiao's battle results. They even thought that their captain had changed. After confirming it repeatedly, they accepted this fact and immediately ran over to visit Han Xiao. As soon as the door opened, everyone rushed into the room. "I heard that you defeated 3 calamity grades, and even the main cannon couldn't injure you." Hurlus had a look of surprise. He looked at Han Xiao from head to toe and asked in confusion, "When did you become so powerful? Why didn't I know about it?" "You'll know when we have time." I think it's better not." Hurlus trembled. In the past, when they fought, it could still be called a sparring session. Now, it was purely a one-sided beating. He did not want to be tortured, so he could only win against his captain in cards. Han Xiao smiled and turned to see Sylvia staring at him with sparkling eyes. Teacher, I want to learn this. Get lost. You want to learn everything. No, I want to learn. Don't even think about it. You can't learn this. Sylvia's face drooped, and she mumbled, too much. How can you be like this? Beside her, Jeanette winked and licked her lips. Captain, you're actually so strong. Let's try it out someday. Go find Harmon. I'm not interested. Han Xiao's mouth twitched. Harmon was suddenly cued. He scratched his head and turned to look at Jeanette. Do you want to fight? I'm always up for it. I'm not talking about a fight. Jeanette's face stiffened. Bullsh*T, that's a fight. The vulgar boss curled his lips. The officers were noisy, and only Fu Ding smiled warmly. Black Star, are you injured? It's nothing serious. Han Xiao nodded and asked, where did Arosha go? Arosha did not follow this group of officers to visit P2E, to visit him. She expended too much energy and went to the reactor to recharge herself. Han Xiao nodded. Arosha was an energy body, and the reactor was her supply station. The officers chatted for a while, and Han Xiao felt a headache coming on. He chased them out of the room and rested in his room. There was no need for him to interfere in the disaster relief. Han Technician had more important things to do. This battle had caused him to lose a large number of machines, and the most important thing was to reorganize the Mech Legion and restore it to its original size. The second thing was to advance to the Calamity grade as soon as possible. He was currently level 136, and his combat strength was close to grade A. He estimated that he would be able to enter the Calamity grade once he reached level 140. Level 140 was the time of his next race evolution, and the increase would be huge. Coincidentally, his virtual mechanic class was currently level 11, and the upper limit was level 20. This meant that when he reached level 140, there would not be a class advancement mission, only a promotion mission. He still had a mission completion card in his hands, so he could directly advance. However, although he was only 4 levels away from the promotion boundary, every level required a large amount of experience. From level 136 to level 140, he needed more than 3 billion experience. The upper limit of version 1.0 was level 60, and the upper limit of version 2.0 was level 90. As more experience was required to level up, the upper limit would gradually decrease, and the players would need more time to level up. At the beginning of the battle, Han Xiao had used all the experience he had saved to level up. If he wanted to earn 3 billion experience in a short time, he could only start from the players. God Aura was secretly preparing for the final battle, and Darkstar was kept in the dark. He had to quickly recover his combat strength before he could participate. Ghidorah's ally was also a main storyline. Looks like I need to update my skills and knowledges. It just so happens that I have enough funds in my account. I can buy Pugilist and Esper class knowledges, copy them, and resell them. I just need to change the price from money to experience. Oh right, I can also sell the dungeon I just got. Han Xiao was already familiar with such methods, and he opened the forums to take a look at the situation of the players. All sorts of posts appeared before his eyes, and the Blue Star section was almost entirely filled with posts about him. The forums had already exploded because of the battle earlier, and countless screenshots and videos showed the historic scene of Han Xiao facing the main cannon head-on. It was extremely shocking, and the players were extremely excited. The trending list was once again dominated by him. Han Xiao casually browsed through some of the posts, and the boasting made his scalp go numb, and goosebumps appeared all over his body. So many posts from the players could be summed up in a few words: strong, awesome, shocking, super cool, I'm in love. The players who had already joined the Black Star Mercenary were the happiest. The stronger the faction leader, the more face they would have. Above them was the Dragon Emperor Ames. Just thinking about it made them feel that this faction had a bright future. This incident is an opportunity for the players to feel that the storyline of Blue Star has ended, and it's time for them to enter the galaxy. Furthermore, based on the needs of God Aura and the responsibilities of a galactic news reporter, the events on planet Aquamarine would be heavily publicized. If Ghidorah's guess was correct, there would be many uninvited guests descending on planet Aquamarine. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. This was a good opportunity for the next stage of his plan. Chapter 562. Darkstar's actions had always attracted the attention of many parties, especially after the battle on planet Golden Gate. All sorts of reports and discussions were biased towards Ghidorah, and many galactic residents were looking forward to what would happen next. What most people did not expect was that the news of the second victory would come so quickly. This time, the main character of this incident was an aboriginal planet called Blue Star. Many people felt that this was unbelievable. It was reasonable for Ghidorah to defeat Darkstar, but how could an aboriginal planet defeat Darkstar? Many people only found out about this from different sources, but they did not know the exact details. To most people, Blue Star was just one of the countless low-level planets. If not for the fact that it was one of the Calamity planets, many people would not even know about this planet. As for the name of Black Star, most people did not know much about it. Although Han Xiao was a target that needed to be taken seriously in the eyes of the various large organizations, they could guess that this incident was most likely related to Black Star. However, to ordinary people, mercenaries were not celebrities, and they would not remember the name of a mercenary. Han Xiao's fame was mainly spread among the higher-ups. On the intergalactic network, many people could not help but ask about the cause and effect of this incident. When this incident happened, there were no bystanders, and it was extremely newsworthy. Many intergalactic reporters were like cats that had smelled blood and acted on their own accord. In just a few days, spaceships from different news channels flew toward Blue Star, preparing to conduct interviews and find out the truth. How exactly did Blue Star defeat Darkstar? Blue Star, this aboriginal planet that no one cared about, received the attention of countless galactic residents for the first time. It was the first time that ordinary people were welcomed into the galaxy. Blue Star was bustling with activity. A few days after the Darkstar attack, with the help of Ghidorah, the Six Nations and the Sanctuary had just finished cleaning up the battlefield. At this moment, many new spaceships arrived at Blue Star but were stopped by Ghidorah's fleet. Ghidorah's fleet was not prepared to let these reporters enter Blue Star. One of the reasons was for safety reasons, but there were also other deeper considerations. The Six Nations did not know anything about this and did not know that a group of galactic visitors had arrived. They did not have any means of communicating with the galaxy. The reporters could not contact the sovereign civilization of Blue Star, but very quickly, someone remembered that the Black Star mercenary was also on this planet and contacted the Black Star mercenary instead. "They're finally here." Philip relayed the news. Han Xiao had expected this. This group of reporters was a key factor in his plan, so he contacted Ngojin and asked him to instruct the fleet commander to make way. The fleet commander received the order and did not want to let the reporters in. However, the higher-ups had instructed him to listen to Ngojin's orders while guarding Blue Star. Furthermore, after thinking about it carefully, he did not want to provoke Black Star, especially after witnessing the strength of the Black Star. He could only instruct the fleet to make way unwillingly. A group of galactic reporters excitedly entered Blue Star. Many of them were very professional and immediately sensed that something was wrong. They were looking for the Black Star mercenary, but Ghidorah's fleet obediently made way for them. There seemed to be a deeper meaning behind this. The people of Ghidorah actually wanted to give face to the Black Star mercenary. Many of the reporters had a vague feeling that in the eyes of the people of Ghidorah, Black Star was not just an ordinary mercenary. This time, Black Star might have played a more important role in repelling Darkstar. This group of galactic reporters respected Blue Star's regime and landed in the Six Nations spaceships one after another. Only then did the Six Nations know that a group of galactic visitors had arrived. They were both surprised and nervous as they hurriedly welcomed them. This was the first time that the people of the Six Nations and Blue Star had seen so many different kinds of aliens and felt that it was strange. The reporters revealed their identities and intentions, and the upper echelons of the Six Nations were overjoyed. They all realized that this was an unprecedented opportunity. This was the best opportunity to establish a connection with the galaxy. All along, the Six Nations had only been able to contact Ghidorah one way and knew very little about the galactic environment. It was only after Black Star returned that this situation was alleviated. However, this time, the attack of Dark Star had attracted the attention of the galaxy. This was extremely significant to a native planet, and the upper echelons of the Six Nations welcomed the reporters with great enthusiasm. They all felt that this was a blessing in disguise. It proved that risk and opportunity were often proportional. Although the Six Nations did not know how to treat their guests in the galaxy, they were very humble and kept asking the reporters. The reporters told them everything they knew. After all, they wanted to gather information on Blue Star, so they naturally had to establish a good relationship with the Blue Star regime. The reporters also did not have the arrogance of the galactic people and would not look down on the natives. This planet had repelled Dark Star, so they still had the necessary respect. Very quickly, the upper echelons of the Six Nations found out from the reporters that they had been stopped in outer space and that it was Han Xiao who had allowed the reporters to enter. Instantly, they were extremely grateful to Han Xiao. Because of Black Star, the planet had not been destroyed. Now, it was Black Star who had given them the opportunity to establish a connection with the galaxy. Indeed, hugging Han Xiao's thigh was the right choice. The other party had already started to fulfill their private agreement and help them develop. On the other hand, after some communication, the reporters also found out that the main reason for repelling Dark Star was the Black Star mercenary. This immediately confirmed their previous guesses. No wonder Ghidorah wanted to give Black Star face. However, the Six Nations did not really understand the process. At that time, they could not even take care of themselves and only found out about it after the incident. They took many photos of the city that had been attacked. These were all valuable materials, and the reporters could not wait to head to the sanctuary to interview the people involved. Spaceships arrived at the sanctuary one after another. The first thing they saw was two huge craters, which were clearly traces of a battle. They had indeed come to the right place. All the reporters were energized. Without another word, they picked up their cameras and started taking photos of the craters. The spaceships landed one after another, and the reporters walked out. Hurles had been waiting for them for a long time. He glanced at them and said calmly, "Follow me to the conference room. Black Star will accept your interview." All the reporters nodded and hurriedly followed. Their attitude was different from how they treated the Six Nations. Although these reporters were not arrogant and maintained an equal attitude toward the Six Nations, even if they did not look down on them, the natives were still different and did not have many common topics. However, in front of the Black Star mercenary, this group of galactic reporters lowered their attitude. The Black Star mercenary was an existence of a higher level. This respect came from the bottom of their hearts and was not faked. When they arrived at the conference room, Han Xiao was not there yet. The reporters could only wait. However, they did not idle around and interviewed Hurles first. Hurles had received Han Xiao's instructions a long time ago, so he purposely stayed there for the reporters to interview him. He explained the entire process in detail. At that time, Dark Star sent out a large number of spaceships to attack the Six Nations and us. Our captain was the target of Dark Star, and the enemy sent out a total of 3 Calamity-grade supers to surround and attack our captain. Black Star faced 3 Calamity grades alone. Since he was still alive, the result was self-evident. The reporters were in an uproar and recorded it down. Dark Star sent out 3 Calamity-grade supers to fight Black Star together. Hurles continued. Our captain faced the 3 most terrifying enemies alone and took on the greatest risk. The 3 Calamity-grade supers were unable to break through our captain's defense, so they used the main cannon of the mothership to attack our captain. The reporters were shocked and recorded it down again. The 3 Calamity-grade supers were beaten up and forced to use the main cannon of the mothership. The 2 craters outside are the marks left by the main cannon. Our captain used his body to take the hit and was almost unscathed. Even the main cannon was unable to harm his body. Dark Star then fired a second shot, but they fell into our captain's trap and almost killed their own Calamity-grade supers. Thus, They did not dare fire again. This was breaking news. The reporters were dumbfounded and hurriedly wrote. Withstanding the main cannon with his body, Black Star taunted for another shot. In the end, Ghidorah's reinforcements arrived. Dark Star was unwilling to exchange fire with Ghidorah, so they were forced to retreat. That was the entire process. Hurlus shut his mouth. The reporters applauded enthusiastically, then buried their heads in writing. Black Star showed his might, Dark Star fled. After a while, Han Xiao estimated that Hurlus was done with the interview, so he came to the conference room on time. All the reporters subconsciously stood up and greeted him with respect. Your Excellency Black Star, making Han Xiao feel like he was the class teacher patrolling. Han Xiao sat down, and the reporters immediately started the interview. They confirmed what Hurlus had said and asked many questions, such as whether he felt any pressure facing 3 calamity-grade supers, how did it feel to be hit by the main cannon, what did he think of Darkstar's actions and goals, and so on. Han Xiao felt like he was holding a press conference. Han Xiao patiently answered the questions. Spreading the news depended on these reporters, and this was an additional benefit of popularity. Events that could give him legendary points naturally had many potential rewards. The interview came to an end, and one of the reporters asked the last question. Your Excellency Black Star, did you stay on Blue Star to help this planet fight against the calamity and enemies because this is your hometown? Hearing this, Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and he had an idea. That's only one of the reasons. Is it convenient for you to tell us the other reasons? The reporter hurriedly asked. Han Xiao laughed and said, it's fine to tell you guys. Blue Star is not only my hometown, but it's also the location of the subbase that we, the Black Star Mercenary, are preparing to expand. It's also one of the bases of Floating Dragon's field team. A while ago, the Dragon Emperor came to visit Blue Star for a field trip, so my job is to defeat all enemies. The eyes of the reporters sparkled, and they were overjoyed. This was another piece of fresh news. Blue Star was a planet that was protected by Black Star and Floating Dragon. Han Xiao nodded. From that day onward, Blue Star would no longer be a low-level planet with nothing special. It would be branded with Floating Dragon's label. This name would be a protective talisman that could at least force 90% of those who had bad intentions to retreat, especially those shark-like galactic pirates. After all, he would not be staying in Blue Star forever. To the Blue Star civilization and his own base, this was a good thing that had more advantages than disadvantages. Other than increasing their safety, Floating Dragon's name could also attract investments. Some financial groups would come over to invest, and this would greatly increase the speed of Blue Star connecting with the galaxy. Since Blue Star was one of Floating Dragon's territories, even if it was still a primitive planet, the financial groups would still invest in it and reveal some common technology to help the 6 nations improve their technology quickly. He would also be fulfilling his agreement with the 6 nations. Although he had been attacked, he had also made the galaxy recognize this planet. At the same time, branding Blue Star as Floating Dragon was also a plan to avoid future risks. Even if the 6 nations grew stronger in the future, they would not dare break the agreement and fall out with him. They would know the consequences of losing Floating Dragon's name very clearly. This way, the 6 nations would be in power on the surface, but the one controlling them in the dark would be Ames. Of course, it would not be him. Han Technician still had this much ability. However, with Ames's carefree personality, he would have a lot of say. What did she mean by no matter what? Not caring about this, not caring about that, not caring about anything at all. Ames naturally would not object. As for main butler Jenny, who was in charge of the actual operation. Shouldn't colleagues who loved each other clean up after each other's mess? This trip had been fruitful, and the reporter left satisfied. The next day, many news channels in the Garten Star system released related reports at the same time, detailing the real process of Blue Star defeating Dark Star. The text was paired with the photos, and the photos of the crater took up the most space. After taking a look, Han Xiao almost choked. He grabbed Hurlus' neck and roared. Didn't you say you would tell the truth? What did you say to the reporters? Did I ask you to brag? Did I ask you to brag? Hurlus felt wronged. I clearly told them the truth. Who knows how much artistic embellishment those reporters made? In the galaxy, the news of this incident spread far and wide. Not only was the Garten star system shocked, but the other star systems and star clusters in the shattered star ring who were paying attention to Dark Star also knew that there was a guy called Black Star who fought against 3 calamity grades alone and even took on a Dark Star mothership's main cannon head-on. Even the star cluster civilizations remembered the name Black Star. The shattered star ring was shaken. Chapter 563. Ghidorah paid a lot of attention to this news. Ngojin had already reported on Han Xiao's abilities, so the upper echelons were more concerned about another problem. Han Xiao had released the news that Blue Star was bound to Floating Dragon Island through reporters. While Floating Dragon was a neutral organization without any political factors, its influence was extraordinary. With the name of Floating Dragon, even if Blue Star was in the Garten star system that Ghidorah controlled, they would not be able to manage Blue Star. This planet might become a special area under their jurisdiction. Furthermore, the value of roping in Floating Dragon was far higher than Blue Star. Blue Star was just a low-level planet, and as long as there was no political conflict, Ghidorah decided to turn a blind eye. Of course, compared to Dark Star, Blue Star was just a small problem. After the news was released, Ghidorah's official media department also came out to join in the fun and promote it to increase the popularity of the news. No matter who won against Dark Star, as long as they could suppress Dark Star, they were willing to promote it. Floating Dragon Island. After Jenny finished reading the news, her face turned green, and she immediately contacted Ames. Ames was currently traveling in the galaxy, and her virtual projection appeared on the communicator. What's wrong? Look at the news. Black Star is causing trouble outside again. Jenny pressed the communicator and sent the news link over. Ames looked at it for a while and smiled. As expected of the person I value. He's quite impressive. That's not the main point. He announced that Blue Star is Floating Dragon's subbase without my permission. Jenny was furious. But I agreed. Ames blinked. Jenny immediately swallowed the curse words that she was about to say. I recently accepted 2 disciples. They're also from Blue Star. Black Star will bring them to Floating Dragon soon. Help them settle down. After that, Ames hung up. Ah. Black Star. The staff outside the door suddenly heard Jenny's angry scream, and they were all shocked. Somewhere in the shattered star ring, in the territory of a certain beyond grade A supers. Taking on the main cannon head-on, that's my style. Ames now has a powerful cadre. In the shadows, a robust giant that was 7 to 8 meters tall sat on a throne, looking at the news on the virtual screen in front of him with a contemplative expression. Floating Dragon is starting to expand, and Ames is finally interested in the forces. I'll find some time to propose to her again. I might succeed this time. The Dark Star mothership that attacked Blue Star was drifting in space. Ashes and the other 2 also saw the news. Bullshit, when did he beat us up? Degulish was enraged. It was clearly Black Star who did not have any ability to retaliate. These bunch of reporters only know how to make things up. Terry said helplessly, in any case, we really couldn't kill him. Ashes snorted and did not comment. He was secretly thinking about how to get rid of Han Xiao. He definitely has a weakness. The matter of planting spies in his mercenary group has to be put on the agenda. Only by getting close to him will we be able to discover his weakness. Then, what should we do next? Terry asked. Degulish frowned and slowly said. Black Star's ability was beyond our expectations, and we were unable to kill him. This mission has failed, and the leader said that this is not our fault. No one knows how many abilities Black Star has hidden. He wants us to gather with the main forces and prepare for the next step of the plan. Next step. We don't know the exact details yet, but since we're gathering the motherships, it will definitely be a large-scale operation, Degulish said. Dark Star was still planning for the next round of attacks. However, Dark Star did not know that Han Xiao had planted an eye in their spring. All the motherships were exposed to Rizda's surveillance, and Darkstar's backup was already useless. They were still in the dark. As the news spread, many people in the Shattered Star Ring were discussing the name of Blackstar. His fame had spread far and wide, and it had brought Han Xiao a lot of fame. Darkstar had been forced back twice and seemed to have finally calmed down. However, this was only the calm before the storm. A storm created by Han Xiao was brewing in the dark. Rizda was monitoring the location of Darkstar's motherships. Every once in a while, Han Xiao would reveal the coordinates to the upper echelons of the War Bureau through Nagojin. Godora had the intention of catching them all in one fell swoop and secretly sent out troops. Godora continued to hire large mercenary groups as protection, but they did not reveal the details of the operation. They only told Sky Ring, Purple Gold, Blades, and the other large mercenary groups to be on standby. Han Xiao remained in Blue Star and focused on his plan to recruit players. The plan had already reached a critical stage. Making use of this ambush, Han Xiao changed the name of his faction through the faction interface and the Mercenary Alliance user interface. The name of Blackstar Mercenary was changed to Blackstar Corps. Those that dared to use Corps as the suffix were basically large mercenary groups. Due to the large number of players joining, Han Xiao's faction had expanded to hundreds of thousands of people. Just in terms of numbers, they had already entered the ranks of this group. No one in the mercenary world would object to this change. With regards to this decision, Han Xiao gave a speech to all the players, emphasizing that it was because of the players that the faction changed its name, making the players feel that their actions had helped the faction grow. Changing a name for this reason was easier to cultivate a sense of collective honor and belonging to the players, making them feel that this was a faction that belonged to them. At the same time, this was also a signal to the players that they were about to leave Blue Star and enter the next stage very soon. From the players' point of view, changing the name of the faction this time was a transition event that they were about to enter the galaxy. This kind of behavior that was similar to cultivating corporate culture could only have a better effect when coupled with substantial benefits. Han Xiao released a new product at the right time. He bought 2 new Pugilist and Esper class advancement knowledges through the Galactic online trading platform, spending more than 100,000 ANAs, and placed them in the faction store. What shocked the players was that these 2 new knowledges did not charge money like the other knowledges but only required experience. At the same time, there was no prerequisite to purchase faction favorability. With regards to this matter, Han Xiao explained it to Philip. The Blackstar Corps would provide 2 class advancement knowledges for free to cultivate and train the new mercenaries under their command. This move instantly ignited the excitement of the players. Han Xiao sold his mechanic class knowledges through the method of impart skills, and the knowledges of the other 2 classes were sold through the faction store. This meant that as long as the players joined the Blackstar Corps, they could immediately learn these 2 free class advancement knowledges. This instantly became a new benefit exclusive to the faction, just like how one could exchange for class knowledges after joining Godora and accumulating enough merit. However, Han Xiao directly removed those restrictions, and they could directly use experience to learn the knowledges. Countless players were overjoyed and felt that they had made a killing. The pro players who entered the galaxy in version 1.0 shared the price of class knowledges in the galaxy. If one did not join a faction and only used money to purchase class knowledges, the class advancement knowledges would cost tens of thousands of ANAs. In comparison, the Blackstar Corps treatment was the best of the best. In the eyes of the players, this was all thanks to them. It was because they had expanded the size of the faction and changed the name to Blackstar Corps that the faction store updated with this new benefit. As expected of a growing faction, not taking money, only EXP, this was something that Han Xiao had done on purpose. His target customers were the players of the other 2 classes, so he could quickly accumulate EXP to reach level 140. Han Technician's account now had more than 10 million ANAs. Burning more than 100,000 ANAs for this was nothing in his eyes. He did not even bother to charge a symbolic fee. Even if he only charged 1 ANAs, the effect was far better than free. Class advancement knowledges were a necessity, and the number of buyers basically covered all the Blue Star players outside of the mechanic class, spending more than 100,000 anas. If he did not harvest a huge amount of experience, he would be letting his conscience down. There was only one such cheap class advancement knowledges. The players did not hesitate and eagerly bought them. The effect of this move was obvious. The experience on Han Xiao's interface skyrocketed at a crazy speed. 300 million. 600 million. 1 billion. The effect of free was terrifying. Looking at the speed of his experience increase, Han Xiaoshan was overjoyed. The experience earned this time will probably not only allow me to reach level 140, but it can also be used for a period of time. In just one day, the experience accumulated on the interface was enough to reach level 140. In order to reach Grader first, Han Xiao did not even have time to repair the Mech Legion. This attack made him understand that when the leaks were ripe, they had to be cut off as soon as possible. If he was already a calamity grade when he was surrounded by ashes and the others, it would not have been so thrilling. Han Xiao came to the training room in base number 2, locked the door, and opened the interface. Taking a deep breath, he invested experience into leveling up. I can finally reach the calamity grade and officially step into the high-level combat power level. Han Xiao was secretly excited. Chapter 564. The difference between Grade B and Grade A was in the level of life. After entering Grade A, one's genes would be more perfect, and the body would be more adapted to the release of energy. The energy consumption during the release process would be greatly reduced, and the output conversion rate would increase significantly. In other words, it was an increase in endurance and attack power. This was why Grade A was praised as calamity. As the name implied, as long as one released their power, Grade A would be able to cause catastrophic damage to the surface of a planet for a certain period of time. Before the appearance of Beyond Grade A in the exploration era, Grade A was the strongest in the galaxy. Even now, Grade A was still a huge dividing line. In his previous life, the highest level limit for players was only Grade A. Therefore, Han Xiao was very clear that once he crossed the threshold of Grade A, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. This was a new stage for the ship. He was now at level 136, and his main class was at level 11. He suppressed his excitement and invested his experience in leveling up. Virtual Mechanic, leveled up to LV15. Plus 150 energy, plus 3 DEX, plus 3 END, plus 6 INT. You have received 6 free attribute points. You have received 1 potential point. Your total level has reached 140. You can continue to level up after completing the promotion mission. At this level, the promotion mission would not be easy. Han Xiao only needed one look to know that it was impossible to complete it in a short time. Without hesitation, he used the last mission completion card left from the previous random reward. The option of the promotion mission instantly turned from gray to gold. This was the fastest Han technician had ever completed a promotion mission. There was only one word to describe it: awesome. Level 140 promotion mission completed. Endurance bonus increase. 1 endurance equals 80 health equals 90 stamina. The last time I did the promotion at level 120, the endurance bonus increased from plus 10 to plus 15, reaching 165. Now that I'm at level 140, it's also plus 15 to 180. After this race evolution, the endurance bonus will increase to plus 20 in the next promotion. Han Xiao thought to himself. From level 60 onwards, every 40 levels would be a race evolution. Level 140 would be the third race evolution. Notifications popped up on the interface like flowing water. After a long time of coexisting with energy, your genes have been optimized again. You have gone one step further on the path of evolution. You have obtained a sublimation in the level of life. Detected race, Void Prowler, human form. Randomly drawing 7 compatible evolution paths. Drawing complete. Please choose one of the 7 options below as your evolved race. Warning: the evolution process is irreversible. Please choose carefully. Appendix: Evolution Path Characteristics, V-Type Space Human, -74% compatibility, void symbiotic body, human form, -88% compatibility, void corruptor, human form, -75% compatibility, void hunter, human form, -77% compatibility, chaos observer, human form, -72% compatibility, void eye, -42% compatibility, high energy entity, soul-based creature, -35% compatibility. Out of the 7 options, 5 of them belonged to the void evolution system. The void system was a rare evolution chain that was very difficult to obtain. Normal race evolution only had a very small probability of randomly drawing out the void system's evolution path. Han Xiao had consumed the void dragon's bone marrow and obtained a part of the void gene fragment. The void prowler only appeared in the last race evolution. After becoming the void prowler, his evolution chain had deviated from the human race's main branch to the void system's branch. At the same time, he retained part of the human race's characteristics. The void system was a kind of mutated evolution and had a high degree of integration with different species. Therefore, many evolution options were labeled with the characteristics of human form. Of course, there were also options that did not retain the human form. For example, void would become a large eyeball with tentacles. It had the fear judgment of the void gaze. Whoever it stared at would have a miscarriage. High energy entity was another form of energy life. Soul-based creatures were similar to liches. As long as their soul core was not damaged, even if their energy body was destroyed, they could be repaired at any time. This was a species suitable for mags. Han Xiao naturally wanted to retain the void system's evolution path, which had great potential. At the same time, he also needed a human body to complete mechanical construction. Some of his talents could only continue to take effect in human form. Therefore, only 4 void evolution options that retained the human form met the requirements. I now have extremely high tankiness, so I don't need to worry about health. What I lack is attack power. I'm a mechanic, so the higher my intelligence, the higher the bonus. After thinking for a while, Han Xiaoshan made a decision and seriously confirmed the evolution path. Selection complete. Evolving. Evolution complete. Race changed to Chaos Observer, human form. Molecular structure improved, organ structure strengthened, metabolism changed, adaptability increased. Your potential has increased. You have received attributes, SDR +0, DEX +40, END +15, INT +94, MYS +72, CHA +56, Energy +840. Energy level bonus attributes have changed. An avalanche of pain exploded from the depths of his body. Han Xiao was already mentally prepared. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain that was enough to make an ordinary person faint. He tried his best to feel the changes in his cells and genes. His body uncontrollably turned into a void creature, and his vision kept flickering between the physical world and the void dimension. It was as if there were dozens of frames per second. This time, the pain in his brain was the most intense. It was as if thousands of needles had pierced into his brain. Chaos Observer's attributes were more inclined toward intelligence. This was one of the reasons why he chose this path. Another reason was that Han Xiao still remembered that this path had a chance of evolving into a high-level void creature. Its potential was greater than the other 3 options. Fortunately, the pain this time was not as painful as when he evolved into Void Prowler. Han Xiao was already a void creature, so the changes in his genes were not that intense. Huff huff. After a long time, the pain slowly subsided. Han Xiao was panting heavily and sweating all over. It was as if he had just been fished out of the water. The world in his eyes became clearer and clearer. His brain was working faster, and all kinds of thoughts appeared one after another like bubbles in boiling water. Han Xiao felt for a few seconds and looked at the interface to check his new race talent. Your race's characteristics have changed. You have received race's characteristic, Advanced Void Travel. You have received race's characteristic, Void Vision Observer. You have received race's characteristic, Observer's Mark. You have received race's characteristic, Chaos Form, Release. 4 talents. Han Xiao's face was filled with joy. This was one more than the Void Prowler. He tried them one by one and had an idea. Among them, the one he was most familiar with was Advanced Void Travel. This was the advanced version of Void Travel, and its duration was longer. As long as he was willing, he could maintain it for up to 3 minutes. The duration had increased by a few times, which meant that he could blink further and complete more things. The cooldown time was still 5 minutes. As for the other 3 talents, they were the special abilities of Chaos Observer. Among them, Chaos Form, Release, was the core. The other 2 talents could only be used after Chaos Form, Release, was activated. With a thought, Han Xiao suddenly dispersed and turned into a grey fog. This was a strange energy field. Light would be swallowed by the grey fog, but it still maintained its original grey color and did not turn black. It was very strange. It was like using space as a canvas and a grey paint was smeared on it. His own senses also changed. He no longer used his eyes to see and ears to hear. This chaotic fog had vision, hearing, touch, smell, and other senses at the same time. Moreover, they were many times sharper. When he moved, he no longer had the control of his body like a human. Instead, with the grey fog as the core, he moved around and could constantly change his shape. It was like a cloud that could move on its own. Its speed was also very fast. It also had the ability to pass through walls like void travel. It was very magical. Not only that, there were also new senses that were hard to describe and indescribable. This is the chaos form, Han Xiao thought to himself. He suddenly realized how he could think without a brain. After thinking for a long time, he roughly understood that after becoming a chaos form, he had changed from a physical life form to a domain life form. This chaotic fog formed countless organ structures on a microscopic level. Molecular and atomic structures formed a thinking circuit, and bioelectricity flowed within. He could create artificial intelligence, so it was not strange for him to have a new form of thinking organ. He tried out the other 2 talents. Void Vision Air Observer allowed him to enter the gap between the void dimension and the physical world in the form of a chaos form. It was not like Void Travel, where time was almost frozen. When he used this ability, the time in the outside world would flow normally, and he could hide in the gap to observe the changes in the outside world. His vision was very wide. Observer's mark was related to a new sense. As long as a mark was set on a certain person, a certain place, or a certain spatial coordinate, he could observe across space simultaneously. It was like a split-screen mode. The number of marks could be changed at most 5. Wait. What kind of observation is this? This is obviously peeping. Han Xiaoxin's feelings were indescribable. I have become an eye position. This is getting more and more perverted, I like it. After transforming into a chaos form, the attribute panel also changed. It showed the status of after transformation. He was immune to 95% damage, and the energy value of his human form became the HP of his chaos form. This meant that he was using energy to maintain his chaos form. Most of the skills and talents of his human form were frozen, but advanced void travel would be greatly strengthened, and the cooldown time would be reduced from 5 minutes to 15 seconds. If the HP of his chaos form was depleted, he would be forced to return to his human form. His energy value would be reduced to 0, and there would be a negative status of heavy injury. At the same time, chaos form, Release, would enter a 48-hour cooldown period. In other words, the chaos form does not have much combat power. It is mainly used to observe and run. This is a support function. After deactivating the chaos form, Release, transformation, the grey fog rolled and shrunk, condensing into a human form in the void dimension. Then, his skin returned to its normal color, and he returned to his original human form. Han Xiao took out a mirror and looked at himself. This time, it was not an illusion. He seemed to have become more handsome and taller. His eyes were especially beautiful, and he had the urge to dig them out and collect them. These were the changes of his race evolution. There were more notifications on the panel. Sad smiley, your combat power has exceeded 10,000 owner. You have leveled up to grade A. You have received a special grade bonus. A special grade bonus was an additional increase that would only appear when one reached grade A. With 10,000 owner as the standard, every increase of 10,000 energy levels would give a new grade bonus. The difference between grade A and beyond grade A was very large. There was a difference in strength between grade A and grade A. The simplest way was to compare their combat power or distinguish the difference in level, attributes, skills, and talents. A grade A plus powerhouse could even crush an ordinary grade A calamity who had just entered grade A, your END bonus plus 10. Currently, 1 END equals 90 HP equals 100 stamina. All resistances plus 8%. Highest attribute plus 10%. Other attributes plus 5%. You have received an additional 30 free attribute points. You have received an additional 5 potential points. You have learned the ability, Mechanical Force Field. You have received the grade talent, Superhuman. These two were exclusive abilities that could only be learned when one reached grade A. Among them, the grade talent, Superhuman, was fixed, and the abilities would change according to one's class. Han Xiao had played many different classes in the past, so he was very clear about this. Mechanical Force Field. When you apply mechanical force, a mechanical force field will be formed around a certain area with a machine as the center point. The machines in this area will receive a random 40% to 80% bonus effect, non-stackable. Only the energy of one machine will be consumed. The range of the field depends on the intelligence attribute. This ability was a practical ability of the mechanic class, and it was the core ability of the army style. As long as one machine was strengthened, the consumption would not change, but the surrounding machines would share the effect, increasing the user's stamina. In the player's terms, this was called splash bonus. Superhuman, you have learned how to perfectly control your own abilities. Ability strength increased, including but not limited to various weapons and equipment, machinery created with mechanical force, summoned creatures, and other combat methods controlled by yourself. Bonus effect depends on the total level of the character. Level 1, level 100, plus 2% attack every 10 levels. Level 100, level 160, plus 3% attack every 10 levels. Level 160 and above, plus 4% attack every 10 levels. Current ability strength increase, 32%. The previous ability was to increase one's stamina, and, Superhuman, was the main reason why Calamity Grade Supers had such a huge increase in their destructive power. Ability strength was basically equivalent to attack power. This bonus was independent of all talents and skills, which meant that no matter how high one's attack power was, it would be increased by a percentage based on this. The stronger the attack, the greater the increase. The higher the level, the greater the increase. For example, Aim's terrifying attack power was due to this talent. Of course, the main reason was because Floating Dragon Island was tough enough. All the notifications ended there. Han Xiao used his remaining experience to max out Mechanical Force Field, then leveled it up 2 more times and threw all his free attribute points into intelligence. After reaching level 140, the consumption of leveling up became even greater. Just 2 levels had cost him close to 2 billion experience. If he were to use the mission rewards of version 2.0 as the standard, it would take ages for him to level up. In his previous life, the mission rewards of the players increased with the version. At this level, the experience reward would easily start from tens of millions. I've finally reached the Calamity grade. Filled with surging energy, Han Xiao had an excited expression on his face. He clenched his fists and felt as though he could kill a Harmon with a single punch. He looked at his attribute interface and checked the overall changes. Total level, 142, main class, mechanic, race, Chaos Observer, human form, strength, 201, DEX, 518, END, 485, INT, 1500, MYS, 220, CHA, 102, LUK, 1. Free attribute points, 0, potential points, 62, health, 64,020, stamina, 64,520, energy, 12410, LV10, LV10 energy bonus, plus 81 SDR, plus 113 DEX, plus 122 END, plus 144 INT, plus 91 MYS, plus 16020 stamina limit, plus 97% machinery affinity, energy rank, 11237 owner, grade A bonuses, plus 10 END, plus 8% all resistances, plus 10% highest attribute, plus 5% other attributes, plus 30 free attribute points, plus 5 potential points. Chapter 565. After carefully checking his calamity grade changes, Han Xiao tidied his clothes, unlocked the door, and left the training room. Turning around the corridor of the base, he bumped into Arosha. "Where are you going?" Han Xiao greeted her and almost blurted out, "Have you eaten?" "Back to the room." Just as Arosha was about to walk past him, she suddenly stopped, moved closer to Han Xiao, and sniffed. Waves appeared in her eyes. "What's wrong? Do I smell good?" Seeing this, Han Xiao could not help but lower his head to look at his body. Arosha shook her head, and a look of uncertainty appeared on her usually calm face. When she walked past him earlier, she had sensed that Han Xiao's aura was different. It was even more ethereal, and she had thought that she had sensed wrongly. "What changes have you undergone?" Arosha was never one to hide things and asked directly. "Oh, you've sensed it. My ability has made a breakthrough, and I'm already at the calamity grade." Han Xiao did not hide it. He had to let his officers know about this sooner or later. Arosha expressed her understanding. Han Xiao had a special meaning to her, and no matter what he did, she would not doubt him and would have absolute trust in him. Furthermore, Han Xiao had recently experienced a huge battle, so it was normal for him to have made a breakthrough. For people without an interface, fighting was the most effective way to increase their strength. "That's right." Han Xiao suddenly thought of something and pulled Arosha aside with a smile. "Don't be in a hurry to leave. Let me show you a magic trick." As he said that, Han Xiao activated, chaos being release, and his entire body dissipated into a grey fog, floating in front of her. Arosha's eyes widened. This kind of transformation in the form of an energy field was very similar to her energy form. She stretched out her finger to touch the grey fog, but it directly passed through it. She did not touch anything, and it was no different from a normal fog. Arosha directly turned into an energy body and entered the grey fog. The golden energy body intertwined with the grey fog, and she felt a warm feeling rising from her body. Normally, she would only have such an experience when she went to the reactor to charge. Upon thinking of charging, Arosha subconsciously tried to absorb the energy in the grey fog. However, her chaos body was maintained by Han Xiao's energy, and this energy was under Han Xiao's control. Sensing Arosha's actions, Han Xiao released a small portion of his energy for Arosha to absorb it. Arosha suddenly turned into a ball of light, and the energy she absorbed from her chaos body made her feel very comfortable. She could not even be bothered to maintain her human form. If not for the fact that she did not have vocal cords after energy, she could not help but sigh in her body. If not for the fact she did not have vocal cords. The energy of a calamity-grade super was denser, and it also had Han Xiao's genetic imprint. It was completely different from the energy in the reactor. Energy was the HP of the chaos body, and with a little of it being absorbed, the HP would immediately decrease. Han Xiao realized that the chaos body could transmit mental signals, and he sent an idea to Arosha, asking her to inject energy into the grey fog. Logically speaking, energy could be exchanged. A golden energy entered the grey fog, and as expected, the HP of the chaos body was instantly replenished. Han Xiao had a new idea. Because most of the talents in the chaos body mode were frozen, Arosha could not only be a battery but also a portable HP bottle for the chaos body. With that thought in mind, the mental signal was sent out again. Arosha changed her form into the shape of the chaos body and completely merged into the grey fog. The chaos body instantly shone with a golden light. This state was a deeper connection, and the efficiency of energy transfer was higher. It was equivalent to Arosha possessing the chaos body. After experimenting for a while, Han Xiao deactivated the chaos body and returned to his physical body. Arosha bounced out of his body and also deactivated her energy transformation. "Is this your new ability?" Arosha could not help but ask. For some reason, her beautiful face was a little red. "Yes, I comprehended the power of the void." Han Xiao's expression was a little strange. He felt like he had done something strange just now. Shaking his head, Han Xiao shook his head and recalled what he had felt just now. He suddenly remembered that the chaos body was a life form in the form of a domain, and it also used energy as its lifeline. Therefore, he looked for Arosha to test it out. The result was not unexpected. As long as they were connected and controlled by their consciousness, the energy of both parties could be transferred to each other. However, Arosha could actively absorb energy, but the chaos body could not. It could only passively accept the input of energy. Arosha's energy transformation ability had an important characteristic, which was that it could be used in almost all forms of energy. This was the basis to ensure the conversion. The talent of the Chaos Observer is very special. There should be more uses for it. Han Xiao thought. After advancing to the Calamity grade and gaining a new ability, he had to familiarize himself with it. He casually threw an Observer's Mark to Arosha, and the two of them left. On the way, Han Xiao suddenly thought of Rizda's request. He was not prepared to go back on his word. After Rizda finished his work, he would help Arosha recover her memories as soon as possible. In any case, he had already guessed the final goal of the reboot mission. As long as he did not deal with the Mecha Empire, Manison, it would be fine. Over the next few days, the officers of the mercenary group gradually found out that Han Xiao had officially stepped into the Calamity grade. Unlike Arosha's calmness, all the officers were shocked. That was a Calamity grade. Even before their captain reached the Calamity grade, he was already able to face 3 Calamity grade supers head-on. Just how strong would he be now that he had officially stepped into the Calamity grade? The one who was the most shocked was Hurlus. Before Han Xiao had even reached grade B, he had already joined the Black Star Mercenary Corps. He had personally witnessed Han Xiao catching up to him at a miraculous speed step by step, overtaking him, and finally leaving him far behind. Now, even his taillights could not be seen. In just a few short years, he had gone from grade C to grade A. Even he had only touched the edge of grade B+. Hurlus had never heard of such an example. Just what did this person eat to grow up? Sylvia was the happiest. After spending so much time together for so many years, she had already treated the Black Star Corps as her second home. The mercenaries here were also very nice to her, and she really liked this place. Now, there was finally a Calamity grade supers supporting them. Furthermore, Black Star was also her teacher. She also felt honored. However, over the past few days, none of the officers had seen Han Xiao. Han Xiao had been in seclusion in the machinery modification room. Grade A was the hidden prerequisite to fusing with some high-level blueprints. One's equipment could be fully upgraded, and there was no need to change the model. However, they could use stronger machines of the same type. Han Xiao had lost a large number of machines in the battle, so he needed to make up for the lack of weapons. The Void Dragon mechanical suit had already been destroyed, and only the core material, the Void Dragon Bone, was left. Han Xiao had fused with a higher-grade mechanical suit and was preparing to create an even stronger mechanical suit to keep up with the strength of a Calamity grade. There were 3 core materials for the new mechanical suit: Kyle alloy, PR909 super nanopolymer fiber, and refined Auverga metal ore. These were all military-controlled resources and were extremely rare and expensive. The ones who controlled these 3 resources were obviously the Star Cluster civilizations. These 3 materials were considered strategic resources that were traded between civilizations and were almost never circulated on the market. As long as they appeared on the black market, they would be bought by anonymous customers within a few seconds. 1,000 grams of Kyle alloy was worth as much as a small spaceship. It was a pity that there was no market for it. Even if one had the money, there was no way to buy it. However, as a civilization that controlled an entire star system, Godora had a stockpile of it. They would purchase it privately from the Star Cluster civilizations. When Han Xiao was selling the mutation source, the additional condition was that Ghidorah would allow him to purchase a portion of the restricted resources. This meant that the great mechanic Han had the means to obtain these controlled resources. However, while Ghidorah had made a compromise, they also had an additional request, which was that there was a limit to the number of controlled resources that could be purchased every year. They would not allow too many controlled resources to flow into the outside world. Taking out his communicator, Han Xiao contacted Ngojin and was about to apply for the purchase. However, the moment the call connected, Ngojin spoke first. "Black Star, it's time." Ngojin's tone was solemn. Hearing this, Han Xiao temporarily put aside the matter of buying materials, narrowed his eyes, and said in a deep voice, "Is Ghidorah ready? The fleet has already been deployed, and the locations of all the Darkstar motherships are within our grasp. The upper echelons will launch an attack at any moment. This is the most secretive operation. The code name for this operation is Hodelia's." This code name was a transliteration of Ghidorah's ancient language, and the meaning was similar to uprooting or cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots. Han Xiao's face was solemn. When he was selling the information, he had already known that this day would come. Ghidorah's official counterattack against Darkstar was about to begin, and this was a war that he had single-handedly created. Such an event had not happened in his previous life. "Black Star, we need you," Ngojin said solemnly. Hearing that, Han Xiao's eyes flickered, and he laughed. You have to know that providing information and personally participating in the battle are two different things. Are you trying to hire me for war? We will pay you a remuneration that will satisfy you, the same as the Sky Ring Army and other large mercenary groups." Han Xiaoxin's heart skipped a beat. He had already planned to participate in the battle, and he had only casually mentioned it. He did not expect Ghidorah to be willing to pay him for war. It seemed like Ghidorah was going to kill Darkstar at all costs this time. Darkstar had been in chaos for many years, and Ghidorah's accumulated resentment had already broken through the sky. Once there was a way to vent it, it was like a flash flood or a snowstorm. Without the ability to hide, Darkstar would have to endure Ghidorah's wrath. Without knowing anything, they would be attacked by Ghidorah's official army. It was finally time to settle the scores between the two sides. This was also a chance to complete Ghidorah's ally, and perhaps an important part of the Bloodline mission. After hanging up, Han Xiao rubbed his chin and called Hurlus over. "Old Hurlus, we have work to do. Gather all the mercenaries and prepare to depart. Including the hundreds of thousands of new Inhumans?" "Yes, everyone." Han Xiao smiled. Using a galactic war as an entry point to lead the players into Galaxy did not seem like a bad idea. It was time to let the universe know about the Black Star Corps. Chapter 566. It was close to dusk. The clouds seemed to be burning, painting the construction site in a light yellow color. The mercenary group's spaceship array floated quietly above the base. The people on the ground looked up from time to time, their eyes filled with admiration, envy, and other emotions. What had happened in the past few months had overturned the worldview of the people of Blue Star. It was like a dream. Sometimes, they would wake up in a daze early in the morning and think about what had happened yesterday before coming back to their senses. The hovering spaceships were like flags, constantly reminding the people that this planet had entered a new era. It wasn't the transition from the old era to the new era of the planet's history, but a completely new era that was broken and then established, truly connecting to the universe. In the eyes of the Blue Star government and the people, the changes in the past few months were like the tide of an era, overturning all the old structures and thoughts. However, in the eyes of the people in the galaxy, it was just another native planet that had been baptized by the worldview. To the Black Star mercenaries, this was just another mission. In the eyes of the players, everything that happened to Blue Star was a very normal storyline. The players were more concerned about when they would enter the galaxy. All signs pointed to the fact that the Black Star Corps would be the faction that would guide them and a faction with a bright future. There were already hundreds of thousands of players joining the Black Star Corps, and there were new players passing the test every day. In the plaza of the base, After Herles sent out the summons, the players arrived one after another. Han Xiao took out the mechanical throne that he had used once when he made the declaration of return. This thing was specifically used to make him look cool. He floated in the air above the plaza to ensure that all the players could see him. When he returned, in order to improve his image in the hearts of the players, he gave a speech. When he left, he was going to give the same speech to end the storyline of Planet Aquamarine for the players. At the same time, he was going to start a new phase, connecting the past and following. He felt that this was more perfect. While thinking, Han Xiao opened his mouth. A few months ago, I returned from the galaxy and fulfilled my promise to accompany Blue Star through the calamity. Now, I have fulfilled my promise. The calamity is over, and the strong enemies have retreated. Today is the day we leave. The mutation disaster had been resolved by him in advance, and the civilization of Blue Star had been preserved. Billions of lives had been saved. Compared to his previous life, this outcome was much better. It was time to continue the journey of conquering the stars. The players in front of him were the best warriors. As expected, many players became excited, and their eyes lit up. Finally, we can enter the interstellar space. We've been waiting for so long that the flowers are about to wither. Han Xiao glanced at it and continued. The Black Star Core will leave with me. Over the past few months, hundreds of thousands of people have passed the test and become members of the Core. I will fight with you in every corner of the Sea of Stars. As for those who haven't joined the army, if you're willing, I've left a base in Blue Star. You can apply to join the Black Star Core. No matter what your identity is, as long as you pass the test, the Black Star Core will always welcome the strong. When the time comes, there will be spaceships to pick up the newcomers and send them to our base in the galaxy to become official members. The target of his recruitment was not only the players but also the normal people of Blue Star. There would always be people who yearned for a higher stage. The hundreds of thousands of army players were overjoyed. Indeed, only by joining the Black Star Corps could they head into the galaxy together. The selection in the past few months was to determine the first batch of people to enter the galaxy. This was the greatest benefit of the faction. They were in the lead. The other players were slightly depressed, but there was nothing they could do. It was their fault for not being able to win the selection. However, they did not feel too bad. They just did not get the first batch of people to enter the galaxy. The Black Star Corps had left a channel for them to join, and as long as they continued to pass the test, the second and third batches would be theirs sooner or later. Furthermore, the Blue Star Corps required a large number of people to rebuild after the calamity, so there was still a lot of profit to be had. At the moment, joining the Black Star Corps was the most cost-effective way to head into the galaxy. In the eyes of the majority of the players, the many hints indicated that joining the Black Star Corps was actually a hidden main storyline, or rather, this was the prerequisite to starting the main storyline. This time, Han Xiao changed the topic. The Black Star Corps has expanded many times. We have received our first large-scale employment to participate in a war. This will be the first battle after the expansion of the army. Let the universe see our strength. As he said that, he issued a faction mission to the mercenaries through the faction interface. The hundreds of thousands of players received a notification at the same time. You have triggered the faction mission, Black Star Corps, First Battle. The mission notification indicated that this was the players' first large-scale employment after joining the Black Star Corps. It would be their first battle in the galaxy. Following the army into battle would reward them with 500 faction favorability. The reward was limited, so Han Xiao only gave out faction relationship rewards. However, this was only the first mission. When he met up with Ghidorah's troops, he would naturally receive an official war employment mission. At that time, the players would also trigger submissions for war employment and receive EXP and remuneration. That was the real benefit. This was also the reason why Han Xiao had adopted the mercenary group model. If he did not have enough rewards himself, he could make up for it through the missions of the employer. Basically, he was like a human resource intermediary or a pimp. Only the first batch of players could make it in time for this war. Going to war as soon as we enter the galaxy? This is going to be fun. This is special treatment. Everyone could not help but be excited and discuss. Han Xiao looked around one last time. Bennett stood beside him and nodded. He had decided to stay and continue managing the sanctuary. Hella and Aurora had already decided to leave Blue Star. After this incident, Han Xiao was going to send them to Floating Dragon Island to further their studies. Thus, they decided to leave together. The two sisters did not have much luggage and were alone. Yi Yeqing had also decided to join Black Star to see the galaxy. However, she was different. She had brought a few hundred boxes of potion materials with her. A group of Belle of Death Island prisoners, who had completed their training, were helping her carry her luggage and were almost drowned by the boxes. Han Xiao paused for a moment before raising his tone. Then, let's go. The hovering spaceships lowered their altitude and unfolded the gangway. Hundreds of thousands of players and mercenaries stepped onto the spaceships with excitement. Basically, all the club guilds and professional players in Blue Star were in the first batch. They were secretly delighted. When they entered the galaxy, the other clubs were still playing in the mud on the planet. Everyone boarded the Blacklight Stealth, and Han Xiao was the last to board. The hatch closed, and with the Blacklight Stealth at the lead, more than 20 mercenary group spaceships quickly took off, disappearing into the horizon of Blue Star with the hundreds of thousands of players. The last ray of sunlight disappeared with the spaceships. Dusk ended, and night fell. The people on the ground raised their heads and looked up until the spaceships completely disappeared from their sight. Black Star Core, countless people were excited. It was as if they had witnessed the start of a legend. Ngojin's spaceship had been waiting outside the atmosphere for a long time, leading the Black Star Corps to meet up with the other mercenary groups. It would take a few days. It was the first time the hundreds of thousands of players had entered the galaxy, and they were rather excited. Through the galactic channel, they understood the structure of the galaxy in detail. The space of the transport spaceship was large enough, and the facilities were complete. The players were familiar with the structure of the spaceship, and they basically repeated the actions of Mad Blade and the others in the past. However, on the forums, the effect of this event was extremely sensational. The first batch of hundreds of thousands of players entered the galaxy, and countless foreign players came over to watch. They were extremely envious. These players were a key part of Han Xiao's plan. By bringing the players into the galaxy in advance, he could use them to quickly develop his organization and fill his wallet. The Godora War mercenary mission was an opportunity to let the mercenary industry and galactic organizations recognize the Black Star Corps ability again, refreshing their impression and increasing their reputation. The Black Star Corps was no longer a small team like before. It had been upgraded to a large army, and as long as their reputation was spread, there would be an endless stream of mercenary missions. This first battle was also a good opportunity for these players to familiarize themselves with the mode of galactic warfare and the flow of the mission. A few days passed in the blink of an eye, and the Black Star Corps fleet followed Ngojin's spaceship to the rendezvous point. The alliance fleet of the large mercenary groups could be seen from afar, and it was slowly moving through the universe. Han Xiao's spaceship was welcomed in, and he immediately received a communication request. The other party was the army commander of the Sky Ring Army, Goreja. The two of them had worked together many times, and their relationship was not bad. Black Star, why are you here? Goreja had a long, needle-like beard, and his tone was filled with surprise. Godora also hired me to participate in the war. Han Xiao smiled. Haha, I thought you were just acting as a broker. I didn't expect you to participate personally. Looks like we will have to fight side by side again. Goreja laughed. The mission on planet Golden Gate previously was led by Han Xiao, and he remembered this favor. Han Xiao shrugged and said, since Godora can afford it, I'm here. By the way, you're quite close to Godora. Do you know what we're going to do in this battle? Goreja asked. To prevent information from being leaked, Godora only told the mercenary groups to be on standby. He did not reveal that this battle was against Darkstar, so these large armies were all kept in the dark. Since Godora doesn't want to tell you, I can't tell you either. This is a secret. You indeed have something going on with Godora. Goreja did not force him and said, All the commanders are having a meeting on Skyring, and they're assigning missions. You're just in time. I'll head over now. After hanging up, Han Xiao piloted the Blacklight stealth deep into the Alliance fleet and arrived at the Skyring Army's formation. Skyring was the flagship, and it was as large as a mountain. The hatch of the spaceship docked, and Han Xiao led the officers onto Skyring. Skyring mercenaries were already waiting at the entrance to welcome them and brought them to the main hall of the spaceship. The hall was spacious, and there was a circular sofa in the middle. More than 10 large army commanders were seated on the sofa, each occupying a position. The mercenaries of the various families were either seated or standing behind their respective army commanders. The moment Han Xiao and the others walked into the hall, the mercenaries present all turned to look at them. Aurora tugged on Hella's clothes and said carefully, "Sister, the life force fluctuations of these people are very powerful." The mercenaries present were all well-known mercenary groups from various star systems and star zones. They were all elites of their respective regions. For example, the Skyring army had 2 Calamity-grade supers, including Goraja. The other army commanders were basically all Calamity-grade supers as well, and the people beside the army commanders were all officers. It could be said that there were many experts present. Hella's eyes were solemn. The gazes of these mercenaries gave her immense pressure, as though every single one of them could easily defeat her. At this moment, many army commanders smiled and greeted them warmly. The atmosphere suddenly became more relaxed. "Yo, Blackstar is here. It's been a while. Brother, sit beside me." More than half of the mercenary groups present had interacted with Han Xiao before and even had a cooperative relationship with him. They were all familiar with him and invited him to join them. Han Xiao smiled and responded to them one by one. He felt extremely safe in the midst of a bunch of powerful allies. Herles and the others also greeted the mercenaries they knew. The 2 sisters did not know anyone and did not say a word. Hella secretly observed this group of galactic mercenaries of different races and outfits. These people are Han Xiao's peers. They all look very powerful. Han Xiao walked to the circular sofa, and an army commander codenamed Underworld Feather moved her butt, patted the seat beside her, and gestured for him to sit beside her. Just as he was about to sit down, a short army commander suddenly spoke with an unhappy tone. "Blackstar, your mercenary group only has so few people. Why are you here?" Everyone's laughter immediately stopped. Han Xiao paused and looked up. The army commander who spoke was a stranger. They had not worked together before and should be a partner called by another mercenary group. "So few people?" "That's right, the expansion of my mercenary group only happened not long ago. It was only filed with the Mercenary Alliance and had not reached these people's ears." Han Xiao understood. In other words, in the eyes of these large mercenary groups, he was still a small mercenary group with only 100 members. Chapter 567. Philip quickly searched for this person's background on the internet. The army commander who spoke was called Justin, a mage super. The Expeditionary Army was a large mercenary group from a certain star system in the Colton star cluster. They were called over by the Purple Gold Army. The top mercenary groups in the Shattered Star Ring had their own circle. Han Xiao had paid special attention to the various famous armies and had never interacted with the Expeditionary Army before. As the field team of Floating Dragon, Blackstar had a place in this circle thanks to the Dragon Emperor. Justin had also heard of Blackstar name and knew that while this was a small mercenary group, its status was special. Other large mercenary groups were willing to rope in Blackstar to curry favor with Floating Dragon, but he was not interested. In the mercenary world, he had seen everything. So what if the Dragon Emperor was strong? Justin felt that their business was different. He did not want to provoke the Dragon Emperor, so he was too lazy to have anything to do with her. To him, Han Xiao was just someone he had heard of before. Justin did not have any prejudice against Han Xiao, but he could not help but question the scale of Blackstar. Blackstar might have a lot of connections, but this was a war-level employment, and the risk was huge. As a veteran mercenary, Justin was concerned about whether his companions had the ability to fight alongside him. If a fake came and caused the collapse of one battle line, it would affect the entire battle situation. In Justin's eyes, Black Star was just a fake who was there to join in the fun. Every one of them had to take up a part of the tactical mission, and what kind of responsibility could Black Star take up with so few people? Their reward was earned by risking their lives. If Black Star could get the reward by hiding behind the scenes, he would not be happy. "We are about to participate in a war," Justin said with a deep voice. "Every army here has invested hundreds of battleships and tens of thousands of mercenaries. How many troops can you take out?" The 10 or so army commanders looked at Justin and then at Han Xiao, who was still standing, but did not say anything. No one knew that the upcoming battle was started by Han Xiao. Due to the lack of information, Han Xiao's arrival had indeed caused some of the commanders to think that Black Star was here to use his connections to get a wave of war employment rewards. Although they didn't say it out loud, they all had the same guess in their hearts. "General Justin, your doubts are very reasonable. I understand your confusion." Han Xiao's expression did not change. Everyone present was a respectable person of status. It was not inappropriate to raise any doubts in front of them. Coincidentally, he was prepared to refresh the understanding of the Black Star Corps in these army commanders. Since they were going to fight side by side, he had to display his strength to reassure them. "Your understanding of me is still stuck in the past. Our Black Star Corps has greatly expanded. Now, the Black Star Corps has hundreds of thousands of mercenaries, and all of them have C-grade strength. A few 100,000 supers?" Justin's eyes suddenly widened, and the other army commanders were shocked. Even they were terrified by this scale. Not long ago, the Black Star Corps was just a small mercenary group. How did it suddenly expand? Many people were doubtful. Han Xiao told Philip to open the registration file of the Black Star Corps and show the actual number of members. Everyone's doubts were instantly dispelled, and they swallowed their words. Justin also had nothing to say. With so many people, they were indeed qualified to participate in the war. This time, Han Xiao glanced around, and his lips curled up. "Everyone knows that I have some immortals under me, right?" Everyone nodded. It was no secret that Black Star had dozens of immortals. Han Xiao smiled. "These hundreds of thousands of people are all immortals." Instantly, the hall became quiet. "They are all immortals." Garaja suddenly stood up and broke the silence in disbelief. The dozen or so army commanders regained their senses, and their expressions changed drastically. Everyone understood the meaning behind this. This meant that these hundreds of thousands of mercenaries would not be lost, and the Black Star Corps would always maintain a large scale. They could carry out some extremely dangerous missions without any hesitation, and they would not have to worry about casualties or compensation. This was the kind of member that they yearned for day and night. A few 100,000 low-grade supers were enough to raise a mercenary group to the top. If these people were all immortals, they could imagine how big of an uproar it would cause in the entire mercenary world. They would be the best cannon, collaborators. Many people thought of Han Xiao's other identity. The Black Star Corps was also Floating Dragon's field team. These hundreds of thousands of immortals were the strength of Floating Dragon after its expansion. Justin was dumbfounded. Suddenly, he heard Han Xiao's voice. "Army Commander Justin, these are the troops that I have sent into this war. Are you satisfied?" Han Xiao shrugged. Justin's mouth twitched, and he was speechless. "Or do you have doubts about my personal strength? If you have doubts, we can spar." Han Xiao raised his brows. He was not angry about Justin's doubts, but since he wanted to show his strength, he had to be firm. Garaja coughed and hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Black Star recently defeated 3 calamity grades and even took the hit of the main cannon. The news might be exaggerated, but I believe that most of it is true. Black Star, no one here will doubt your personal strength. Justin stood up with a serious expression. His height was only up to Han Xiao's waist. He extended his hand toward the sofa and gestured for Han Xiao to take a seat. "I apologize for my doubts earlier. Please take a seat." Earlier, when Han Xiao was about to sit down, he had interrupted Han Xiao. Now that he saw the new face of the Black Star Corps, Justin was not a petty person. He admitted his mistake and took the initiative to invite Han Xiao to take a seat, giving him enough respect. The moment Justin admitted his mistake, the other army commanders also nodded in agreement. The atmosphere in the hall relaxed, and the atmosphere became lively. Only then did Han Xiao sit beside Underworld Feather. Herles and the other officers stood behind him. At this moment, Underworld Feather casually handed over a bag of snacks. "Do you want to eat?" "What's this?" Han Xiao glanced at the bag. It was filled with a pile of black jerky. "Lizard jerky. I made it myself." Underworld Feather raised her brows. Han Xiao hesitated for a moment. He picked up a piece of jerky and placed it in his mouth. The taste was actually not bad. He asked curiously, "What kind of lizard is this made of?" "Last time, I did a mission and killed an entire lizardman tribe." Underworld Feather grabbed a handful of jerky and placed it in her mouth. Han Xiao silently put down the second piece of jerky that he had just picked up. "Too ferocious. I can't take it anymore." Underworld Feather was a female dark elf. Her appearance was very similar to that of the dark elves. She had large breasts and perky buttocks. She looked very seductive, like a lazy cheetah. She had inherited the cold-blooded and cruel personality of the dark elves. Although she looked seductive, no one present dared to underestimate her. She was a tyrant. The underworld army that she led had a civilization background. The owner behind it was a star system civilization in the Colton star cluster that was ruled by the elves. In the universe, the elves were also known as the Long Ears race. They were good at listening to the sounds of nature. They had many different bloodlines, such as the Children of the Forest, the High Elves, the Dark Elves, and so on. The elves were not very common in the galaxy, but they were not rare either. This kind of large army that was semi-official in nature was very easy to understand. Due to the treaty between civilizations, the movements of the official army were very sensitive. However, private armies that were supported privately had more freedom. The mercenary group business was just a disguise, and they secretly completed some difficult missions for the civilization. Many civilizations would secretly cultivate such private armies. In the top mercenary groups of the Shattered Star Ring, there were many examples. Even Han Xiao's Black Star Corps was nominally part of Floating Dragon's armed forces. The higher one climbed in the galaxy, the more complicated the relationships would be. The universe was too big, and it was not something that a single individual or organization could occupy. Garaja was in charge of the pre-battle meeting. Everyone discussed their respective missions, such as who would be attacking, who would be suppressing, who would be attacking head-on, and so on. Han Xiao did not interrupt. "Black Star, which aspect are you going to be in charge of?" someone asked. Han Xiao thought for a while and said, "If there's a contact battle, leave it to us." He did not want to participate in a spaceship battle at all. It was not worth it at all. Furthermore, he only had about 20 spaceships at the moment. Their combat power was limited, and they were mainly used to transport people. Anyway, the players were not afraid of death, and it was perfect for dealing with the warriors of Darkstar. After discussing for a while and confirming the responsibilities of the various armies, the various army commanders dispersed. Sitting in the blacklight stealth, Han Xiao looked out the porthole. More than 20 spaceships were following the Alliance fleet in the galaxy, and there were hundreds of thousands of players on these spaceships. The players had just entered the galaxy, and everything was new to them. However, Han Xiao was clear that if they successfully got rid of Darkstar, many of the subsequent quests would disappear. In his previous life, the Blue Star players had either joined Godora or Darkstar. After entering the galaxy, both sides had been at odds with each other. Now, this situation had been broken by him. To the players, it was equivalent to them not having this main storyline. From Han Xiao's point of view, eliminating the threat of Darkstar was more important. The storyline between Darkstar and Godora has been replaced by me. To the players, joining the Black Star Corps has become the current main storyline. This is the best time to build a sense of belonging to the faction. I need to use the players to expand my influence and let them feel honored. Therefore, I need some big events to add achievements to the Black Star Corps and let the players feel that this is their own achievement. This attack on Dark Star can be the beginning. Han Xiao thought to himself. He was very concerned about the players' feelings. The accumulation in version 2.0 was very important, and it could be said that it was the stage to build a solid foundation. The players were his focus in version 2.0, as the next version would take more than 10 years. Although it was still a long time before the end of version 2.0, Han Xiao was used to making preparations early. However, he still had to deal with the upcoming counterattack first. Opening his communicator, Han Xiao looked at the message sent by Rizda. Darkstar's forces were scattered in different regions of the Garten star system, and the largest force had gathered 6 motherships. It was possible that they were planning another attack, while the other motherships were drifting alone in the universe. If he was not wrong, the 6 motherships should be the main battlefield that the mercenaries would be participating in. The war was about to begin. At the same time, on a certain Darkstar mothership, Degulish and the others held another meeting to discuss their next step. This time, their leader had given the order to attack the Rainbow Prison. The previous 2 operations had failed, and they had not been able to increase Ghidorah's losses or kill Blackstar. Before finding a way to kill Blackstar, Darkstar had decided not to touch the Calamity planets for the time being. They had decided to take the opportunity to attack the Rainbow Prison and save their former comrades. There were a few Calamity-grade supers among them, so as to replenish their manpower. Darkstar's actions were unrestrained. Ghidorah was in the light, while they were in the dark. This was the reason why Darkstar had the confidence to attack again and again. However, Darkstar did not know that they had already lost their advantage of being hidden. Their location had been exposed by Han Xiao, and a calamity was brewing for Darkstar without warning. They did not know about it at all. Degulish and the others were discussing the next plan of action when Ashes suddenly frowned and pressed on his chest. For some reason, he suddenly felt uneasy. Chapter 568. A leader of the official reception team walked out and said respectfully, "Thank you. We have invited all of you to participate in the celebration, and we thank all of you for your participation. The preparations for the celebration are still in progress, and during this period, we will be responsible for all of your living arrangements. If you have any requests, you can let us know. Please follow me. We have already arranged your accommodations." Millions of mercenaries marched forward. Thankfully, Ghidorah was a star system civilization, and they had arranged everything clearly. There were still a few more days to prepare for Ghidorah's celebration, and everyone could only wait for it to begin on Ghidorah's mother planet. The celebration would be held in the capital, and everyone settled down in the capital. The army commanders stayed in the same official guest house, and the mercenaries under them stayed in other places. However, only the army commanders were invited to participate in the celebration, and the millions of people could only watch the broadcast and could not squeeze into the venue. The hundreds of thousands of players scattered in the capital would definitely not obediently stay in their rooms, and Han Xiao did not want to restrict the freedom of the players. The players would not have a good impression of the faction that forced them, and he could only use benefits and emotions to guide them. This was what he had always done. The treatment of the players was the same as the other mercenaries. When they were not carrying out missions, Han Xiao did not care about their freedom as long as they did not violate the law. Furthermore, only by letting the players understand the prices in the galaxy would they be able to experience the warmth of home in the Black Star Army. After separating from his officers, Han Xiao and the army commanders followed the receptionists to the official guest house. This kind of guest house was used to welcome foreign guests and was not open to the civilians. Along the way, Han Xiao casually chatted with the army commanders, and a few armies like Justin that did not have a contract with him took the initiative to form an alliance with Han Xiao. He also took the opportunity to observe the scenery of Ghidorah's mother planet. The sky was blue, and the people using the flight badge were flying in the sky like bridges. The tall and slender golden buildings pointed toward the sky, and there was a landing point on every floor. The scenery was similar to what he remembered. The grand and luxurious official guest house was built on top of a mountain. The receptionists led Han Xiao and the others to their respective rooms. Every room was quite large and had all the necessary facilities. They were all double-story buildings with huge floor-to-ceiling windows and balconies that overlooked half of the capital. The air was very fresh, and the environment was beautiful. After Han Xiao entered his own room, the receptionists left and did not disturb him anymore. The conditions aren't bad. Han Xiao walked around the building, opened the fridge, and saw that it was filled with Godoran delicacies as well as all sorts of alcohol. He took out a cube of frozen red meat and placed it into a simple automatic cooking machine that looked like a fireplace. After setting the Godora traditional sauce flavor, he started the machine. In just a short while, a plate of piping hot diced meat came out of the oven, and a thick golden sauce was poured over it like honey. It had the style of Godora, and it gave off an aroma that made one's mouth water. Finally, my taste buds that have been destroyed by the high-calorie nutrition cream can be saved. Han Xiao inhaled a mouthful of the aroma, and his appetite was stimulated. He ate the cubes of meat as though he was eating a snack. The taste was sweet, and the meat was tender. It bounced between his teeth and actually had a jelly-like texture. Godora was a magic-type civilization, and there used to be countless ferocious magical beasts on their mother planet. Now, they had all been locked up in zoos for people to view. A portion of them that tasted good had become common food and were bred artificially. The meat of beasts that contained magic energy was usually very delicious. He then took out a red fruit that looked like a buttocks and an unopened bottle of light golden alcohol from the fridge. He walked to the balcony and leaned on the reclining chair, enjoying the scenery of Godora's mother planet while drinking and eating the fruit. He enjoyed the evil capitalist life, and the word comfortable was written all over his face. In his previous life, Darkstar had troubled Godora for a very long time. Now that they had been eliminated in advance, the hundreds of millions of lives that had been harmed by Darkstar had indirectly survived. The biggest threat, Darkstar, had already been destroyed, and there were no longer any enemies eyeing them. They could finally welcome a period of stability, and they could carry out the expansion plan of the Black Star Army with peace of mind. Before the next version, there should not be too much danger. The situation was already set, so it should be fine to heal myself. Not long ago, Han Xiao had used the Destiny's Child card to predict Ember's situation, and Ember was indeed still alive. However, unexpectedly, the result of the prediction showed that Ember was dead. To put it simply, he had made a divination and discovered that Ember's glabella was black, and there would be a bloody disaster in the near future. Prophecy was not omnipotent. It was a pity that he did not predict where Ember would appear, so he could not chase after him. Although he did not get rid of Ember personally, it seemed like Ember was going to be unlucky. Han Xiao was a little curious as to what kind of fatal danger Ember would encounter. The most likely possibility was that he would meet with Godora's pursuers and be beaten to death. It was a pity that the prophecy itself was very vague, so he could only make wild guesses. The storyline of Darkstar has been changed by me, and the future events will not happen again. The fate of those Darkstar members will also be different, Han Xiao thought to himself. From version 1.0 onwards, the boss of the Garten star system, Darkstar, had been the sword of Damocles hanging over his head. Now that he had finally gotten rid of the other party, there would not be any enemies in the Garten star system that could pose a threat in the near future. Furthermore, he was in cahoots with Godora, so his base was basically safe. Thus, his mood was very good and relaxed. He felt that the sun was so bright, and the flowers were so red. It has been a few years since I entered the galaxy. As he sipped on his wine, Han Xiao could not help but think about his experiences in the galaxy. He had established the Black Star mercenary group, fought everywhere, submitted to the Dragon Emperor, and used her as a backer to deal with the various large organizations. He had started accumulating his strength in version 1.0, returned to planet Aquamarine after version 2.0 started, and carried out the plan to recruit players. During this period, he had started working together with Godora, solved the mutation disaster, and single-handedly destroyed Darkstar. Now, he had finally accumulated enough strength to gain a foothold in the Sea of Stars. The next step is to rise. Han Xiao drank a mouthful of wine, and his expression changed. All kinds of thoughts appeared in his mind. After resting for a while, an upper echelon of the War Bureau came to the official guest house and invited all the army commanders for a meeting. Han Xiao had also received the notice. He put on a handsome windbreaker, combed his hair, and walked into the conference room while humming a song. He immediately saw Underworld Feather and Goraja. These two were the first to arrive. He sat down and started chatting with the two of them. Goraja liked to touch the thighs of others while chatting, and Underworld Feather also ate non-stop while chatting. After chatting for a while, the other army commanders arrived one after another. After everyone had arrived, a Godoran dressed in old-school attire walked into the room. This person was an upper echelon of the War Bureau, and Han Xiao had communicated with him many times through the communicator. Thus, he immediately recognized him in person. The upper echelon of the War Bureau gave an official speech and expressed his gratitude to everyone before explaining the matters to take note of during the celebration. Most of the upper echelons of Godora would be present, including the highest leader, Serbia V. The celebration was extremely formal, and there were many rules that had to be followed. The dozen or so army commanders present were all heads of large escort agencies in their own territories, but this was also the first time they were participating in an official celebration of a star system civilization. Even though they were extremely strong and arrogant, they did not dare act recklessly in the face of such a huge event. They listened to the instructions with a solemn expression. The meeting ended very quickly, and the various army commanders stood up and prepared to leave. Right at this moment, the upper echelon of the War Bureau suddenly called out to Han Xiao. "Black Star, come with me. Serbia V invites you to a meeting." Pa. All the army commanders stopped in their tracks and turned around to stare at Han Xiao with shock on their faces. The highest leader of Godora was the leader of a star system civilization, and he was a true big shot. His status, influence far exceeded the large mercenary groups like them. They would only be able to get close to Serbia V during the celebration. However, such a big shot wanted to meet Black Star in private. They were all army commanders, so why did he get special treatment? Han Xiao raised his brows and was not surprised. He nodded and said, "I understand. Let's go." As the commanders watched the two of them leave, they exchanged glances with each other, their eyes filled with bewilderment. There must be something fishy going on. Godora had not publicized the information yet, and the army commanders did not know that Han Xiao was the key person in obtaining victory. His contributions were different from theirs. After a few twists and turns, they entered the political core building. After going through a series of permissions, they arrived at the highest leader's office and met with Serbia V. Serbia V stood up, extended his hand, and said with a warm tone, "Black Star, how was your rest?" "Pretty good." Han Xiao shook hands with him and exchanged some pleasantries. There was also an upper echelon of the War Bureau beside him. The three of them sat down and chatted for a while before getting to the main topic. "Black Star, your intelligence helped us destroy Dark Star." Serbia V did not put on any airs. He kept his smile and said with a solemn tone, "I thank you on behalf of the people of Godora. Godora will remember your contributions. As a citizen of the Garten star system, this is what I should do." "It was just a small task," Han Xiao said humbly. "As for your award ceremony, it will be a little more grand. We will be awarding you the Golden Gal Medal, which is the highest level of honor in Godora. We have only given out 32 of them to date." "I'm really flattered." Han Xiao raised his brows. "This is what you deserve. As for the reward that you requested, we have already prepared it." The moment Serbia V finished his sentence, the upper echelon of the War Bureau took out his communicator and projected the models of two different spaceships. 50 violent Falcon-grade battleships with both assault and defense capabilities. One Fortress-class flagship, a galactic aircraft carrier. The hull of the battleship is made of high-strength alloy and is extremely tough. These 51 battleships are brand new and are currently stored in the military warehouse. They can be handed over to you at any time. According to the requirements, these two battleships were purely technological and not produced by Godora. Including this batch of battleships, Han Xiao had a total of 60 to 70 spaceships, and his fleet was finally of a certain scale. Han Xiao browsed through the specifications of the various spaceships and nodded his head. Ghidorah had not fooled him, and these two spaceships were not bad models. This was especially so for the Fortress-class flagship, which was priced at more than 10 million aners. Among all the spaceships, the flagship, main ship, and mothership were the most expensive. Just these 51 battleships alone would be worth tens of millions of aners. After confirming that there were no problems with the spaceships, the upper echelon of the War Bureau continued. The balance of 15 million aners has been transferred to your account. Take a look at it. As expected, a notification appeared on the communicator. Han Xiao looked at the balance and used his strong willpower to control his expression so that he did not burst out laughing. The balance of 15 million aners and the 3,400,000 aners for the war employment meant that he had more than 28 million aners in his bank account. This was a huge profit. As for the super knowledges that you requested, we can provide 5 of them. This is the list. Han Xiao took a look. The super knowledges that a star system civilization had were naturally more comprehensive than the black market, and some of them could not be found on the black market. Now that they were placed in front of him for him to choose, it saved him a lot of time. However, the highest level on the list was only high-end knowledges. Without any hesitation, Han Xiao chose the high-end knowledge of the mechanic class that he had yet to learn. Armed branch, high-end material technology, the core knowledge of the mechanic class. The most obvious effect of researching and developing materials with higher strength was to greatly increase the armor value of all machinery. Energy branch, super nano force, increase the basic attributes of mechanical suits and robots. Combined with high-end material technology, it could create high-grade memory alloys that could automatically recover armor value. At the same time, after learning the blueprints of nanomachines, it could even give machines the ability to transform. Energy branch, high energy weaponization, combined with high energy control, it could fuse many powerful mechanical weapons. Control branch, galactic navigation technology, the prerequisite knowledge to independently build a spaceship. Control branch, advanced quantum entanglement, greatly increase the energy and information transmission distance, increase the efficiency and range of virtual intrusion. The upper echelons of the War Bureau pulled out the information from their database and sent it to Han Xiao's communicator. Han Xiao suppressed the urge to immediately invest his potential points to learn. The profits from selling the intelligence were basically in his hands, and all that was left was for Ghidorah to announce his contributions during the official celebration to increase their reputation. The result of this cooperation could be said to be a joyous one for both the host and the guest. After chatting for a while longer, Han Xiao stood up and bade farewell, following the upper echelons of the War Bureau to the door of his office. At this moment, Han Xiao suddenly had a thought, and he secretly threw an observer's mark on Serbia V. The highest leader of the star system would often deal with confidential matters, and he might be able to obtain some confidential information by spying on Serbia V. It was definitely not because he was curious about the private life of the leader of a star system civilization. The next day, Han Xiao rented a machinery modification room. Being on the Godoran mother planet, he did not have to waste time on transportation. He directly purchased the core materials needed to build the new mechanical suit from the War Bureau Kyle alloy, PR909 super nanopolymer fiber, and refined Ophiga metal. 3 types of extremely expensive controlled materials, and Ghidorah only wanted to buy them at cost price, which still cost him more than 100,000 aners. Coincidentally, he had obtained 5 new knowledges the day before. Among them, high-tier material technology, super nano force, and advanced quantum entanglement applications had all been upgraded to LV5. He had spent a total of 51 potential points. His potential points were finally showing signs of a shortage, and the moment he opened up his knowledge, his potential points would be expended extremely quickly. Han Xiao used the new knowledge to perfect the mechanical suit blueprint, and at the same time, he invested experience to upgrade the blueprint to LV10. This time, he was filled with ambition, and he was prepared to build a new mechanical suit that was suitable for grade A8. Chapter 569. In a certain part of the universe not far away from the main fleet of Darkstar's 6 motherships, a large Godoran fleet was hidden behind a desolate planet. All kinds of battleships were densely packed together, forming a neat formation. This was one of the large temporary formations formed for Operation Hodelias. On the star map screen of the command ship, the coordinates of all the Darkstar motherships were marked in red. The 6 motherships were the closest to each other and were slowly approaching the ambush area. This enemy was the target of the Godora formation. The target is approaching the ambush location. Estimated time of arrival, 11 hours and 25 minutes. The commander of the fleet reported the situation to the upper echelons of the War Bureau. He was an official who knew the specific target of the operation. To prevent the information from leaking, every commander in charge of Operation Hodelias had to go through a strict selection process. Only those with absolute loyalty could know the target of the operation. Thinking about how they were about to launch a counterattack against Darkstar, the fleet commander could not help but feel excited. He was an old-school pureblood Godoran official with a strong sense of party loyalty, and he harbored a deep-seated hatred for Darkstar. Every day, he looked forward to getting rid of this tumor. This was an important operation. As one of the commanders appointed by the upper echelons, it was undoubtedly an honor. The responsibility on his shoulders was extremely heavy. After completing the report, the commander of the fleet contacted the commanders of the other formations to discuss the operation time. The strategic goal was to attack all the Darkstar forces simultaneously, so the commanders had to communicate with each other. After confirming the operation time, another commander suddenly threw out a new topic in the encrypted military communication channel. "Do you know the source of the information for this operation?" I asked around, and it turned out to be the highest level of secret. The highest level? It seems like the way the upper echelons obtain information is really mysterious. In the eyes of these knowledgeable officials, Godora had been entangled with Darkstar for so many years. For them to suddenly obtain the coordinates of Darkstar, there must be something fishy about it. They could not help but be curious about the source of this information. However, no one was able to find out the details. I have some insider information. I heard that Godora was able to organize this counterattack because they bought information from a mysterious person. Otherwise, the War Bureau would not have been able to escape the situation of being led by Darkstar. Mysterious person? This person can actually monitor the coordinates of Darkstar's troops. Haha, could it be that there's a traitor among the Darkstar's higher-ups? They chatted casually for a while and were secretly curious about the mysterious person who provided the information. Who exactly was the person who started this war? He was Godora's hero. After ending the communication, the fleet commander issued a new order. "It's about time. Inform the mercenary fleet on standby to cooperate with our attack." While they were on standby, they had a lot of free time. However, players were very active. They would often look for mercenaries to leave a good impression on them, try to trigger quests, and discover new interesting things. Han Xiao did not need to pay special attention to them. Han Xiao would often visit different transport spaceships to interact with the players and continue to harvest experience. He would also look for the army commanders of large mercenary groups to interact with. He would spend the rest of his time building machines. A few days passed, and Goreja gathered all the commanders. Godora's orders had been passed down, and the day of the operation had finally arrived. The mercenary fleet sped up and headed to the designated location to set up an ambush. The Black Star Corps also moved with them. After returning to the Blacklight stealth, Han Xiao received a private message from Godora. "Black Star, the operation is about to begin. We need you to control the infiltrating artificial intelligence and create chaos for the enemy." "Got it." Han Xiao nodded. It was very easy to let the traitor cause trouble. The remuneration for this employment has been notarized by the Mercenary Alliance. The official employment mission has been sent to the Black Star Corps files. Han Xiao opened the mercenary group interface. Godora's official employment had been authorized. It was called Operation Hodelias War Employment. War employment was not a private transaction. It had to be recorded in the Mercenary Alliance. After the mission was completed, it would give a large amount of credit points and raise the mercenary group's level. This was also the Black Star Corps' first war employment. The interface finally triggered the corresponding employment mission. There was a total of 1,800 experience reward, and God Aura faction relationship plus 1,500. As the army commander, Han Xiao's remuneration was the highest, reaching 3,400,000 aners. Apart from himself, the other officers and mercenaries all had their own remuneration. This was especially so for the players. Other than the Black Star Corps first battle that Han Xiao had given them, all of them had triggered Operation Hodlier's war employment, which gave them substantial experience and monetary rewards. Of course, the players' remuneration was far from Han Xiao's. However, this was a war employment. Although the players could only get some scraps, the rewards were still far beyond their current level. On the forums, hundreds of thousands of players and mercenaries were excited. They posted to show off that there were so many rewards for joining the Black Star Corps for the first battle. Everyone's interest in the Black Star Corps was growing. Through large-scale employment, the players would realize that they shared a common interest with the faction and create a sense of belonging. This was the reason why Han Xiao had led the players to participate in this war. Most of the players had the desire to role-play and fantasize about working for a certain organization in the game. In order to make the Black Star Corps the first love of the players, they had to do so through plots, emotions, benefits, and so on. When Han Xiao had first established the faction, he had already made such a plan. In the vast universe, the mercenary fleet was guarding the ambush location. They only needed a short-distance hyperdrive to reach the designated battlefield. At this time, they were monitoring the enemy's movements through the star map coordinates shared by God Aura. The Black Star Corps formation was at the back of the Alliance fleet and did not participate in the frontal assault of the battleships. On the Blacklight stealth, Han Xiao watched the Dark Star fleet's movements through Rizda's feedback. His surveillance image was different. Others could only monitor the star map coordinates, but he could monitor the situation within the mothership. At this time, the members of the Dark Star fleet did not notice anything and were doing their own things as usual. Attacking Blue Star caused me to suffer heavy losses. Now, it's finally your turn to pay. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. As time passed, the 6 Dark Star motherships finally entered the ambush location. They're here. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. Attack! Garage's order instantly spread to the entire army. The next moment, the mercenary fleet suddenly entered hyperdrive. The universe outside became a channel of light, and countless stars retreated at high speed. In just a few seconds, the Alliance fleet had crossed a long distance, and the 6 Dark Star motherships appeared in front of them. On the other side, streams of light flew over. It was the God Aura fleet. They attacked from 2 sides and instantly surrounded the Dark Star fleet. The ambush location of both parties was outside of the radar's detection range. Appearing at the same time caught the Dark Star fleet off guard. Without saying a word, God Aura and the mercenaries opened fire at the same time, and countless cannon fire drowned out the 6 Dark Star motherships. Caught off guard, the Dark Star fleet instantly fell into chaos. Inside the mothership that Degulish was in, the lights all turned red, and the alarm bells rang out. The people on the ship were shocked and hurried to their posts. The Dark Star mothership shook non-stop from the explosion, and people fell down from time to time. What's going on? Degulish was shocked and furious. He took out his surveillance equipment and saw that the attacker was God Aura. He was shocked. It's actually God Aura. God Aura is ambushing us. How could they have known our whereabouts? Degulish, we have been ambushed. The enemy came prepared, and it's not just our fleet. I just received news that the other Dark Star motherships in the other star zones have also been ambushed. God Aura has long planned this. They have already broken through our concealment equipment and know our whereabout. The projection of the person in charge of intelligence appeared on the screen, and his face was filled with anxiety. This was the first time that Dark Star had been ambushed by God Aura while in concealment mode. Concealment mode was Dark Star's greatest reliance, and now that it had failed, Digulish immediately realized the severity of the problem. Order all the fleets to not fight and to find a chance to break out. This is Ghidorah's trap, and this is a crucial moment for our survival. We cannot fight them head-on. Digulish hurriedly gave the order. Ghidorah's ambush came without any warning, and it happened too quickly. Digulish and the other upper echelons did not have time to react, and they did not even have time to think about how Ghidorah knew their whereabouts. The most important thing now was to break out and escape. He was clear in his heart that if Ghidorah had planned this beforehand, they would not have been able to face Ghidorah head-on and could only escape. However, before he could give the order, the communication interface showed that the connection had been cut off. Not only Digulish, but the communication between the entire Darkstar mothership and the outside world had been cut off. Digulish happened to be in the mothership that Rizda was controlling. Rizda had directly cut off the connection between the mothership and the outside world. The traitor had begun. Chapter 570. The battle reached its climax right from the start. Outside the porthole, Ghidorah's fleet, mercenary fleet, and Darkstar's fleet were firing at each other. The light from the cannons caused the entire universe to be filled with all sorts of colors, and the dazzling colors brought about death. The laser cannons pierced through the armor of the spaceships one after another, turning the people inside into ashes. As Digulish did not give the order, the Darkstar fleet lost their commander and became a pile of loose sand. After a while, under the orders of the other Darkstar upper echelons, they began to organize themselves and try to break out of the encirclement. Unfortunately, as the initial order was not passed down in time, the Darkstar fleet missed the best opportunity and suffered heavy losses. Now that they were advancing against the cannons, it was as though they were stuck in a swamp, and their movement speed was extremely slow. From the looks of it, I'm afraid we don't even have to do anything. Han Xiao looked at the battlefield and shook his head. If Ghidorah and the mercenary fleet worked together, they would be able to crush the 6 motherships of Darkstar. It was very likely that they would be able to turn this Darkstar fleet into wreckage floating in the universe without even entering the battle phase. The Black Star Corps mission was to be in charge of the battle, and they did not have the chance to do anything at this moment. The Darkstar fleet gradually showed signs of defeat, and a portion of the Darkstar frigates became deserters. They wanted to get rid of the heavy motherships and escape, but they were turned into fireworks midway. Han Xiao pondered for a while. Slacking off was not in line with his goal of building up the reputation of the Black Star Corps, so he was prepared to take the initiative to create space for himself. Rizda, are you able to control the mothership? Yes. You will control the mothership and do a short distance jump to the nearest planet. I will convince Ghidorah to let you out. As he spoke, Han Xiao contacted the War Bureau through his private number. I'm Black Star. I'm preparing to control a mothership to land on the planet's surface and engage in a ground battle. There's a Darkstar deputy leader on that mothership. This is a chance to capture him alive and seize a Darkstar mothership at the same time. Digulish was also the target of the Ghidorah's ally mission. Capturing him alive and handing him over to Ghidorah would give the same rewards as killing him. Furthermore, handing over a mothership would also give a huge reward. Ghidorah had come prepared. This battle could be the last struggle of Darkstar, and Han Xiao wanted to increase the mission rating as much as possible. The War Bureau had been paying attention to the battle, and at this point, the upper echelons had no reason to doubt whether Han Xiao was friend or foe. Capturing Digulish alive and obtaining a mothership was very useful, and after some discussion, the upper echelons decided to try Han Xiao's idea. They had the confidence to control the entire situation and dared to take risks. They quickly gave the order to the fleet commander. The contents of this order confused the fleet commander, but as a soldier, he was used to obeying orders and quickly did as he was told. The Darkstar mothership under Rizda's control broke away from the formation and began to accelerate. The firepower attacking it became sparse. The other motherships did not receive such treatment and were bombarded with even more ferocious attacks. They could only watch as Rizda's mothership moved further and further away. Before the passengers on the mothership could even react, it had already entered hyperdrive and arrived at the nearest planet. It was the desolate planet that Ghidorah's fleet had been hiding in. Boom! The mothership crashed into the atmosphere and crashed into the ground, creating a crater. Smoke and dust shot up into the sky like a fountain. The Darkstar members in the mothership were all dizzy from the crash. Degulish was the only Calamity-grade super on the mothership. His body was strong, and he was not injured. At this moment, his face was filled with shock. When the communication had been cut off, he had already had his suspicions. When the mothership moved on its own, he had guessed that the mothership had been controlled by the enemy. It was no wonder the enemy had found out about their whereabouts. Even their mothership was the enemy's. When did the enemy make a move? Degulish was both shocked and enraged. The news of the mothership crashing into the planet was transmitted to the mercenary fleet, and Goraja quickly contacted Han Xiao. Blackstar, it's your turn to act. Leave it to us. Han Xiao nodded. The Blackstar stealth turned around, and more than 20 spaceships of Blackstar followed behind. They left the formation of the Alliance fleet and quickly entered hyperdrive. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the planet where the mothership had crashed. Degulish and the other Darkstar members were all trapped on the planet's surface. The ground battle was the best stage for the players to display their skills. Land and prepare to release the mercenaries, Han Xiao decisively ordered, and the transport spaceship slowly landed on the planet's surface. The players in the spaceship came to the cabin door and waited. They were all ready to charge out at any moment. There should be tens of thousands of Darkstar members on the mothership, and there was no lack of Grade B supers among them. Targets that were too strong would naturally be dealt with by the officers. The players only needed to deal with the ordinary soldiers and let them fight the monsters on their own. At this moment, Hela frowned and asked, "What about us?" Han Xiao turned around and thought for a moment. "You guys will participate in the battle this time as well. Hela and Aurora would not die so easily. Furthermore, they would familiarize themselves with the feeling of galactic battle sooner or later, and they needed to train. This was a safer chance to try it out, and Han Xiao did not plan to stop Hela from participating this time." Hearing this, Hela could feel Han Xiao's trust. Only then did her brows loosen, and she silently nodded. She did not like being treated as a target to be protected, and she always hoped to be of use. The densely packed Darkstar warriors on the ground were on alert, guarding near the mothership. The mercenary spaceships carrying the players formed a circular formation and surrounded the group of Darkstar warriors from all directions. Kai. The cabin doors opened one after another. The players walked out of the spaceships one after another, and hundreds of thousands of people surrounded the tens of thousands of Darkstar warriors. It was a sea of people. The blacklight stealth hovered in the air, and Han Xiao jumped down. He did not need the standard landing of a superhero. Mechanical force surrounded his body, and when he was about to touch the ground, he created a magnetic field in the opposite direction. The momentum of the fall disappeared, and he floated more than 10 centimeters above the ground. "Blackstar, it's you again." Degulish gritted his teeth. Han Xiao was expressionless as he slowly said, "Last time, the three of you surrounded me. Now, it's just you alone. Even if you scream yourself hoarse, no one will come and save you." Now that he was a calamity like Degulish, the difference in strength was greatly reduced. If the two of them fought one-on-one, there would only be one outcome for Degulish. He would die. Hearing this, a tinge of nervousness flashed through Degulish's eyes. He was indeed wary of Han Xiao's toughness and hurriedly tried to think of a solution. However, the more he thought about it, the more despair he felt. He could not think of any way to escape. His fleet could not even protect itself, and no one would come and help him. The only advantage he had was that while it would be difficult to kill Blackstar, Blackstar was only a grade B, and he might be able to delay him for a long time. Just as Degulish was thinking about this, Han Xiao's entire body shot out lightning, and compressed orbs appeared one after another. This was the first time he had used his full strength after entering the Calamity grade. Dense energy shot out in all directions, releasing energy waves that belonged to a Calamity grade. Sensing energy waves of the same level, Degulish's expression changed drastically. You have also reached the Calamity grade?" When they had fought not too long ago, Blackstar had only been a grade B. How could he be so fast? Without another word, Degulish abandoned the Darkstar soldiers behind him and turned to run, turning into a streak of light and disappearing into the horizon. What a joke! Before Blackstar had reached the Calamity grade, he was already unbeatable. Now that he had entered the Calamity grade, how could they fight him? I'll chase after him. You guys deal with the Darkstar army. At this time, the new mechanical suit had not been completed yet. Han Xiao put on the backup mechanical suit and activated the propulsion module. Like a bolt of lightning, he chased after Degulish, disappearing from everyone's sight. Not long later, earth-shattering sounds of battle could be heard from afar. It was as though missiles had been fired, and even the ground was shaking slightly. This was like a signal, and a chaotic battle erupted. The Darkstar soldiers retaliated, and the hundreds of thousands of players did not back down, charging forward from all directions. Boom, boom, boom. All sorts of abilities appeared one after another, and countless cannons shot into the sky. The battlefield was extremely chaotic, and both sides clashed, their formations intertwining. The Darkstar soldiers were all Blackstar soldiers, and their average strength was higher. The players fell like wheat being cut down. However, as the battle continued, the expressions of the Darkstar soldiers also changed. At the start, they were filled with fighting spirit, but they soon became tired. After fighting for a long time, they gradually became lifeless. Finally, the Darkstar soldiers realized that the players were undying. The enemies would not die, and no matter how they killed them, it would be useless. The moment the Darkstar soldiers realized this, their mentality collapsed. What was the point of fighting then? The Darkstar soldiers gradually lost the upper hand, and tens of thousands of them could no longer hold the line. They were swallowed up piece by piece, and not long after, the entire Darkstar army was drowned by the players. Ashes, who had a destructive Esper ability, was not here, and the players did not have a counter. The Darkstar officers that were too strong were all killed by Hurlus and the others. The rest of the Darkstar soldiers were no match for the hundreds of thousands of players and fell under the torrent of players. Tens of minutes later, the chaotic battlefield gradually quietened down, and only a few screams could be heard. The battle was coming to an end, and the ground was littered with the corpses of the Darkstar soldiers. The remaining Darkstar soldiers had surrendered, and they were tied up and thrown to the side. The players happily cleaned up the battlefield, and the equipment dropped by the Darkstar soldiers were everywhere. From time to time, players would fight for the equipment, and Hurlus did not stop them. According to the rules of the mercenary industry, this kind of loot belonged to the mercenaries. I wonder how Han Xiao is doing. Hela wiped the blood off her face and walked to Hurlus' side. She had participated in the battle, and it was scary but not dangerous. She had personally experienced the strength of a normal Blackstar warrior. The bodies of the tens of thousands of Darkstar soldiers that had died all had traces of dark red airflow that she absorbed. The recently dead creatures could provide her with energy, and Hela could increase the strength of her Esper ability through large-scale slaughter. In her previous life, she had slaughtered many races to increase her strength through this method. Now, she was not so radical, so naturally, she would not actively choose this method. Captain was able to deal with 3 grade A's in the past, so there won't be any accidents. Hurlus was not worried at all. He took out his communicator and contacted Han Xiao. Captain, have you settled it? What a coincidence, I just finished the battle. Wait for me, I'll go back now. After hanging up the call, Han Xiao looked at Degulish, who was not far away. At this time, Degulish was panting heavily, and his condition was extremely bad. He did not have any stamina left as he glared at Han Xiao. The two of them chased each other around, and within a radius of a few hundred miles, there were traces of their battle. The ground was filled with countless craters, and there were even a few places that had become cliff-like terrain. Han Xiao wantonly displayed the strength of a Calamity-grade super, enjoying the feeling of destruction. The shockwaves of a Calamity-grade super's battle could easily change the terrain. Degulish's punches and kicks were enough to crack the ground, but he was unable to break through Han Xiao's terrifying tankiness. Han Xiao now also possessed the strength of a calamity-grade super, and Degulish was unable to crush him like when he had attacked Blue Star. Being tied down by Han Xiao, he could neither win nor escape. He was in an extremely helpless situation. If he did not resist, he would be beaten up, and if he resisted, he would inevitably exhaust his energy. Furthermore, he would not be able to injure Black Star. A high-intensity battle was extremely exhausting, and as his energy was depleted, Degulish's personal combat ability continued to decrease. Han Xiao's attacks were not easy to endure either, causing him more and more injuries, and it was like a rolling snowball. Han Xiao was currently the most proficient in a battle of attrition. Although the Mech Legion had yet to recover, and his equipment had yet to be updated, with his talents and rare skills, he was able to squeeze Degulish dry. Cough cough. Degulish coughed a few times, gritting his teeth as he mustered up the energy that he had just recovered. Stop fighting. Do you still have the energy to fight? Han Xiao was helpless. As expected of a calamity-grade pugilist, his body was outstanding, and even if he had exhausted all his energy, he would still be able to recover within a few breaths. Seeing that Degulish was still trying to gather his energy, Han Xiao pondered for a moment before speaking. Do you know why your whereabouts were exposed? Degulish's face changed drastically, and his movements froze. The energy that he had just recovered dissipated once more. Could it be, before you attacked Blue Star, I had already infiltrated your mothership? It was when you attacked Planet Golden Gate, and the one who provided Godora with information and instigated this battle was me. Degulish's face turned ashen. At this moment, his communicator rang once more. This time, it was a message from Goraja. Black Star, the battle on my side is almost over. All the Darkstar motherships have been destroyed, and only a small portion of Darkstar members are left. They used the gaps created by the motherships to escape in all directions. Godora is currently chasing after them, and we do not know if there are any upper echelons of Darkstar among them. We are preparing to head over to reinforce you. Have you settled things on your side? Ian, the mission is complete. Come over. The complete victory on the battlefield was within his expectations. The information provided by Rizda was extremely detailed. Not only did he know the location of Darkstar, but he also knew the number of Darkstar troops. Godora had sufficient time to ambush them. Godora controlled an entire star system. With such a huge advantage, if they were still evenly matched in the end, it would be too embarrassing. Without the ability to hide, Darkstar would not be able to defend against an all-out attack from a star system civilization. If not for their powerful stealth ability, Darkstar would have been destroyed long ago. And what Han Xiao had provided was the information that Godora needed the most. Once a rat hiding in the dark was exposed, it would be destroyed. It could be said that he was the main reason for Darkstar's destruction. Han Xiao did not hide anything from Degulish and ended the call. Degulish fell to the ground and no longer resisted. He closed his eyes in pain and choked with sobs. Chapter 571. Darkstar, it's over. At the last moment, Degulish realized that his troops were doomed and that he had nowhere to run. He instantly lost his will to fight and gave up on resisting. His exhausted body collapsed onto the ground. Han Xiao did not have an easy time dealing with Degulish, and quite a number of his cute machines had died. Because he had not had the time to recover the machines that he had lost during the battle with Blue Star, he was only using the backup machines that he had accumulated in the past. Degulish, this muscle stick, had taken out 2/5 of his inventory. However, after this battle, Han Xiao had a clear understanding of his own combat strength, and it was worth it. His current combat style was not bad, and the combination of his various talents and abilities was perfect. He calculated that when facing an ordinary Grade A super, with his powerful tankiness, he would be invincible. He could be called the King of Torture. When he recovered his Mech Legion, he would be able to fight Calamity-grade supers that were 3,000 to 4,000 energy ranks above him. The gap in strength between Calamity-grade supers was huge, and he had just stepped into this realm not long ago. There were still many experts who could threaten him, such as those with a total level of 200 and above. They could suppress him, but with his tankiness, even if he could not kill them, he could still disgust them to death. "I only want to kill you all or be killed by you all" was perfectly suited to his current combat style. In comparison, opponents who used psychic attacks were a greater threat to him. Psychic attacks were not included in the damage absorbed by energy absorption, and only attacks that landed on his physical body, be it physical or energy, would be converted into energy. Psychic attacks could break his cycle of health and energy exchanges. There were also certain mags who were difficult to deal with, such as curse magic that specialized in debuffs, skills that countered HP recovery, and psychic magic that attacked one's mind. There were also Esper abilities that had a certain degree of psychic attacks, such as Hellas. There are countless abilities in the universe, and there are as many experts as there are stars in the sky. "I'm still far from being able to sweep through grade A supers," Han Xiaoshan said. It was impossible for him to be arrogant, and he knew very well in his heart. Seeing that De Gulish was no longer in the mood to fight, Han Xiao did not continue to rub shoulders with him, saying curiously, "Anna has more backbone than you. I thought that you would fight to the death with me." De Gulish gritted his teeth and said, "Black Star, don't be too happy. You haven't won yet." He still held on to a last glimmer of hope. The Dark Star troops had been annihilated, but the upper echelons had not been wiped out. The Dark Star leader had not returned and was not in the Garten star system. This was hope. As long as the leader was alive, Dark Star would not be completely annihilated. That was why he chose to surrender. He would rather be sent to the Rainbow Light prison and be tortured there. That way, he would be able to live until the day the leader came to save him. Then, he would be able to serve the leader once more and rise again. Dark Star leader, Han Xiao rubbed his left chest and fell into deep thought. The Dark Star leader was a powerful figure, and he had been lucky enough to escape this calamity. However, the Dark Star mothership had been almost completely destroyed. Even if he wanted to make a comeback, he would have to hide for a long time to avoid the pursuit of Ghidorah. He would not be able to cause any waves in the short term. Furthermore, Ghidorah wanted to kill the Dark Star leader even more than he did. There was no point in him worrying about this problem. Dragging along the salted De Gulish, Han Xiao returned to meet up with the rest of the troops. The ground was littered with corpses, and he nodded to himself. The performance of the players was not bad, and they had achieved the effect that he wanted. Not long after, the mercenaries and Ghidorah landed, and the Dark Star captives were handed over to Ghidorah. De Gulish was escorted onto the ship by 2 Ghidorah Calamity grade officials. In the future, he would be able to enjoy free housing, wealth in his left hand, and life in his right. He would also be able to get a cell in the Rainbow Light prison. After completing his mission, Rizda returned to the Blacklight stealth and squeezed Philip out of the way. This Dark Star mothership was also handed over to Ghidorah. This was the deal that he had agreed upon when he persuaded the upper echelons of the War Bureau. A notification popped up on his interface, indicating that the 2 missions of Ghidorah's ally had been completed. Vice Leader, De Gulish, has been completed. You have received 2,420 EXP, plus 1,500 Ghidorah Civilization Favorability, and Character Summon Card, De Gulish. Capture Mothership, has been completed. You have received 3,000 EXP, plus 1,800 Ghidorah Civilization Favorability. Other than that, Operation Hodliers, War Mercenary, had also been completed. Even if he was not a part of it, this mission could still be completed. However, Han Xiao thought about it. In order to obtain this benefit, he had to first have the qualifications to trigger this mission. Furthermore, Rizda had played a significant role, so this mission was counted as his. Ghidorah's original intention of hiring him back then was to let him control the mothership. Thus, capturing De Gulish and the others alive was a pleasant surprise. These 3 missions had given Han Xiao a total of more than 70 million EXP. Although it was a drop in the ocean compared to what he had gained from harvesting leeks, it was still a huge reward. Thus, even if the players' mission rewards were a reduced version, they had still made a huge profit. The players were very happy, and Han Xiao was even happier. It was a pity that the players did not have the Ghidorah's ally mission and could not obtain the other 2 rewards. After 3 consecutive missions, Han Xiao's faction favorability with Godora had exceeded the 6,000 mark. Their relationship had soared to the highest level, reverence. Thinking about it, the information he had provided had given Godora a chance to counterattack. Then, he had captured Deputy Leader Degulish alive and even obtained a mothership. If he was a civil servant in Godora's system, he would probably be promoted by 10 ranks. He might even become a candidate for the upper echelons of the War Bureau. As long as his superior exposed corruption, he would immediately be promoted. Just as Han Xiao was conversing with the upper echelons of Godora, Goraja, Underworld Feather, Justin, and the other army commanders stared at the Black Star Corps that was cleaning up the battlefield. Their expressions were all different, and from time to time, they would reveal looks of envy. Defeating tens of thousands of Darkstar soldiers was something that their army could do as well. However, they would definitely not be able to achieve the results of the Black Star Corps. There were practically 0 casualties. Their guesses about the Black Star Corps had become reality. These army commanders were all clear that once the news spread, the Black Star Corps would become famous in the mercenary world. They would shock the world with a single feat, overturning their previous impressions and officially entering the ranks of the top mercenary groups. Other than the one we obtained, all of the Darkstar motherships have been destroyed. Only a small number of people managed to escape. We are unable to confirm their identities for the time being. On the screen of the communicator, the upper echelons of the War Bureau explained the situation of the battle. Is that so? Han Xiao muttered. Darkstar did not have a fixed base, and the motherships were their base. Now that Godora had captured all of them, they were basically done for. There was no longer a Darkstar organization. Han Xiao was more concerned about whether Ashes had died or not. Ash's Esper ability was very lethal, and he had a deep-seated hatred for Han Xiao. Furthermore, he was not very smart. If Han Xiao let him escape, there would be quite a number of hidden dangers. Perhaps he could use the Destiny's Child card to predict Ash's whereabouts. There were only 2 uses left for the Destiny's Child character summon card. Han Xiao had not decided whether to use it here or not. This time, the upper echelons of the War Bureau said, after some time, Godora will announce this victory to the entire star system. According to your request, Serbia V will personally announce your achievements and tell everyone that you are the hero who destroyed Darkstar. You are Godora's benefactor. Darkstar had been a threat to the Garten star system for many years, causing countless disasters. Now that they had finally gotten rid of this threat, Godora would definitely make an official announcement and broadcast it to the entire star system. They would detail the crimes of Darkstar and publicize this great victory to boost the confidence of the people. They would announce to the entire star system that Darkstar no longer existed and that they had saved the world. Back when Han Xiao was selling intelligence, one of his requests was to announce his achievements after the matter was over. This was to greatly increase his fame. For such a legendary matter, he was almost certain that he would receive star system legendary points. When the time comes, you will need to be present at the scene. Serbia V will personally award you. You will be Godora's friend forever. After the ceremony, we will pay you the remaining sum. 50 medium-sized battleships and 1 large main battleship. The remaining sum will be 15 million and a portion of super knowledge. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. He could finally get the remaining sum, but he did not expect to receive the award. Godora had given him a lot of face. For the highest leader of a country to personally award him an award, this was a huge honor. This was not his request but Godora's own initiative. Thinking about it, Han Xiao roughly understood Godora's thoughts. The gratitude was real, and the contribution was also real. However, part of the reason was definitely because of his identity and the intention to build a good relationship with Floating Dragon. If the field team officers of Floating Dragon were Godora's honorable heroes, the relationship between both parties would become even closer. Of course, Han Xiao would not reject such a good thing. Before I lead the players to base number 1 and officially start my mercenary career, I will let them see a cutscene of the award. This will be very beneficial to my personal image. This is all reputation. Han Xiaoshan was elated. After hanging up the communication, the battlefield on the planet's surface had been cleaned up. Ghidorah's fleet had pulled out the Darkstar mothership from the ground. Like pulling out a carrot, they dragged it into outer space and prepared to bring it back. On the other side of the galactic battlefield, a large number of Ghidorah spaceships were also cleaning up the remains of the Darkstar fleet. This was a satisfying victory, and Ghidorah's soldiers were filled with joy. Not only Han Xiao, all the mercenary groups were invited by Ghidorah to their mother planet to participate in the official ceremony that would be held soon. Showing their faces would help them advertise, so no one rejected. The Black Star Corps and the Alliance fleet set off toward Ghidorah's mother planet together. After experiencing a war, the players were very excited and posted all sorts of screenshots and videos on the forums. Herlus was extremely excited. Han Xiao had promised to get rid of Darkstar, and he had always felt that the chances were slim. He had stood behind Han Xiao and watched him take action step by step. Who would have thought that he would fulfill his promise in just a few years' time? Now, Black Star only had one last promise left, which was to send a few 100,000 supers to solve the problem on planet Sunil. Even Darkstar had been wiped out, so Black Star would definitely not go back on his word. He had trusted an unknown mercenary back then, and this gamble had paid off. In the cockpit of the Blacklight Stealth, Han Xiao did not pay attention to the players' movements as usual. He thought for a long time and made a decision. He would predict the whereabouts of Ashes. You have used character summon card, Destiny's Child. Usages: 4-5. The familiar fog filled his eyes again. After passing through the fog, a blurry scene appeared before his eyes. A small Darkstar assault spaceship was traveling at high speed in the universe, fleeing for its life. Ashes was the only one on the spaceship. Long before he was ambushed, he had already felt uneasy and had been vigilant. When it happened, his reaction was the fastest. When he saw that there was no chance of winning, he immediately abandoned the mothership and rode on the small but fast assault spaceship to break out of the encirclement. It took him all his strength and a bit of luck to successfully escape. There were more than 100 assault spaceships that broke out of the encirclement, and in the end, he was the only one who escaped. Ashes saw with his own eyes that the mothership was destroyed under the bombardment of the cannons. Terry, who was traveling with him, was swallowed by the endless light cannons. Countless Darkstar soldiers were reduced to ashes and floated in the cold universe. Darkstar was finished. Ashes had already realized this. Where should he go? Piloting the spaceship, the star map projection lit up. Ashes was lost and did not know what to do. As a wanted criminal who had massacred tens of millions of Ghidorah people, Ghidorah would not give up on hunting him down. There seemed to be only one path in front of him: leave the Garten star system, or even the Colton star cluster, and go to another star cluster in the Shattered Star Ring to live a different life. Thinking about this, his eyes instantly became bloodshot. He did not want to continue running. Darkstar still had him. Darkstar was not destroyed yet. I am destined to become Ghidorah's nightmare. I will use slaughter to make them reflect on their backward traditions that have lasted for countless years. The bloodline theory that they insist on goes against the laws of reproduction and nature. It is this twisted ideology that created us. After they repent, I will make them swallow the bitter fruit of thousands of years of pure blood theory. Darkstar will rebuild a new Ghidorah from their ruins. By then, there will no longer be pure blood. No one will be superior because of their bloodline. No discrimination will exist. No one will be born inferior, Ashes murmured in a low voice. These words were what the Darkstar leader had expected of him when he was very young. He had always remembered it in his heart and treated it as his belief. Ghidorah will definitely hold a celebration and announce to the star system that they have defeated Darkstar. The rule of the pure blood species is still stable. Ashes gritted his teeth. When you think that everything is over and celebrate your victory, I will tell the entire star system that Darkstar has not disappeared. He decided to go to Ghidorah's mother planet. During Ghidorah's ceremony, he would use his Esper ability to massacre and destroy Ghidorah's declaration of victory under the gaze of the entire star system. However, Ghidorah's mother planet was a tiger's den. He did not know how to sneak in. There would definitely be many Calamity-grade God Aura officials as guards during the ceremony. The price he would have to pay for this might be his life. Just as Ashes was thinking and was about to make up his mind, his communicator suddenly rang. The Darkstar leader had sent a communication request. Right, I almost forgot that the leader is still alive. He must have a better idea. Chapter 572. Ashes, you're the only one who managed to escape. What's the situation now? The projection of the Darkstar leader appeared, and his tone was filled with shock. Not long ago, he had received emergency messages from many of the upper echelons of Darkstar and found out that all the motherships had been ambushed by God Aura. This news made him feel extremely shocked. If God Aura had used some unknown method to lock onto their coordinates, the Darkstar fleet would no longer be able to rely on them, and the situation would definitely not be good. He was anxious to find out more about the situation and continuously contacted the upper echelons of his subordinates. However, many of their numbers were unanswered. After a long time, the Darkstar leader finally connected to Ashes and immediately asked about the situation. All the motherships have been destroyed, and only a small number of people managed to escape. Our fleet is already gone. Ashes explained the situation in detail. When he said that the entire fleet had been wiped out, he could not help but clench his fists and grit his teeth. The Darkstar leader remained silent for a long time before letting out a sigh of relief. After calming himself down, he started to calculate the losses. The organization did not have a fixed industry, and those motherships were the mobile bases of Darkstar. They had various functions such as combat, production, breeding, research, and so on. The forces that they had accumulated over the years had all been destroyed in this battle, and they had suffered heavy losses. Now, the entire organization no longer had an armed force, and only the Darkstar leader and a few members who had escaped were left. The Darkstar leader's eyes flickered. When the mutation disaster had been resolved prematurely, the situation had gone out of control. However, even if the plan was stopped, God Aura would still be the loser. Now, God Aura had turned the tables and prepared a counterattack, completely destroying them. This way, God Aura's losses were worth it, and they had become the true winners. Who would have thought that the plan to destroy the mutation source would become the final battle of the organization? After pausing for a moment, the Darkstar leader calmed himself down and asked, "What do you think?" Ashes hesitated for a moment before saying that he wanted to go to God Aura's ceremony and massacre them. Nonsense. The Darkstar leader coldly rejected this suggestion. The entire fleet has been wiped out, and we still need to plan for the future. Leave the Garten star system first and contact me when the time comes. So he wanted me to run away. All right. Ashes was unwilling, but he could only bear with it. He adjusted the course of the spaceship and headed toward the nearest Garten star system border. However, as long as the leader is still around, there is still a chance to make a comeback. Ashes thought to himself. In a certain star system in the Colton star cluster, the Darkstar leader's personal spaceship slowly traveled through space. After ending the communication with Ashes, the Darkstar leader tapped on the control panel of the spaceship, deep in thought. After thinking for a long time, he stood up and left the cockpit. He came to a metal corridor and walked to a specific position. He knocked on the alloy wall a few times. This position did not look any different from the surrounding walls. Crack. The alloy plate suddenly slid open, revealing a secret compartment. Inside was a strange-looking communication terminal. There were many different styles of interstellar communicators. Some were portable watches or spectacles, some were minimalistic little round balls, and some were civilian models that had two handles that pulled open a virtual screen in the middle. The communicator hidden in the secret compartment looked like an antique from many years ago. It was rough and clumsy. After activating the communication device, layers of encryption appeared on the screen. It was very complicated. The Darkstar leader carefully entered various passwords and verified his DNA before successfully opening the communication device. Almost all functions were restricted. He could only open the contact list, and there was only one number inside. Beep beep beep. The waiting time for the communication device to open seemed to be very long. Beep. The communication device was established. The screen suddenly turned black, and a blurry face appeared on the screen. It was like a face outlined by white noise and mosaics. The other party was silent. The Darkstar leader spoke first. God Aura destroyed my fleet. Almost all my subordinates are dead. Currently, I can only confirm that Ashes is alive. The blurry face moved, and a mechanical voice sounded from the communication device. I understand. I need a sum of money to build a new fleet, the Darkstar leader said in a deep voice. Now is not the time. Since you have failed, go and hide for a while. You have not been caught, and God Aura will be wary of you. You cannot restore Darkstar's scale in the short term. Otherwise, your source of funds will be exposed. How long do I have to wait? When God Aura starts to forget about Darkstar, that will be the time for you to make a comeback. I do not want to wait any longer. The Darkstar leader's voice was low. I have been ordered around by you for a long time. You know very well when it will end. I can only cause destruction, but I cannot really destroy God Aura. What do I have to do to satisfy you? You will know when the time comes. Humph, you were very willing to help me in the past. Now that my forces are almost destroyed, you are starting to shirk. Do you think that I have lost my value and want to go back on our deal? The Darkstar leader subconsciously raised his voice. You are threatening us? The blurred figure's voice was low. You got the wrong person. The Darkstar leader's expression changed slightly. He lowered his head and said humbly, Sorry, I misspoke. We will evaluate whether the deal is complete. Do not rush us. Remember, this is a deal you made willingly, not because we value you, the blurred figure said calmly. Even without you, there will still be a second Darkstar. When that time comes, the deal will be automatically cancelled. So, watch your attitude and do not doubt us. If we want you to wait, just wait. I understand, the Darkstar leader said in a low voice. The blurred figure paused for a moment before saying, In any case, now is not the time for us to show ourselves. You should leave the Shattered Star Ring and rebuild your forces in another starfield. The Darkstar leader nodded. We can secretly introduce you to a big shot in another starfield. If you can obtain his help, you might not need to hide for too long. However, you have to prepare a sacrifice for him. Sacrifice? An Esper ability that is strong enough, the blurred figure said slowly. You understand what I mean, right? The Darkstar leader was shocked. He understood what a sacrifice meant. At the same time, he vaguely guessed the identity of the big shot that the blurred figure was talking about. He had heard that it was a madman who wanted to create the super high-risk Esper ability restriction treaty. Recently, there have been rumors that the Red Empire seems to have some disagreement with the peace treaty. Although it is very far away, with the influence of the Red Empire, if they do anything in the future, the Shattered Star Ring will be affected. If that really happens, it might be the best chance for you to make a comeback, and also the chance for us to fulfill our agreement. Only when the situation is chaotic can we fulfill your conditions. The Darkstar leader's eyes suddenly lit up. This might be an excuse for the blurred figure to comfort him, but he did regain some confidence. Before everything is prepared, don't contact us again. The communication ended. The Darkstar leader closed the secret compartment, returned to his room, and calmed himself down. Every time he contacted the blurred figure, he would feel a heavy pressure coming from the blurred figure's strength, identity, and authority. Hopefully, they will fulfill their end of the deal. The Darkstar leader shook his head. He was asking a tiger for its skin. However, no matter how worried he was, he could only choose to make a deal with the blurred figure. He had embarked on this path very early on, and no one in the Darkstar knew about this. In his eyes, this was the only hope for the hybrids. Many years ago, he understood that the so-called overthrow of the purebloods' rule and let the hybrids become the new God Aura was just a dream. It was beautiful, but it could not be realized. The bloodline discrimination would never be eliminated. No matter how the Godoran officials implemented their policies, hybrids with scales or tails would always be seen as deformed in the eyes of the purebloods. It was just like how a normal person would feel when they saw a deformed child. No matter how much mental preparation they had, as long as the hybrids were different from the rest, the subconscious rejection would never disappear. Most of the pureblood Godora were in the upper middle class, and the consequences of such discrimination were not as simple as discrimination itself. The future of the hybrids did not lie in Godora. If he was not a dark star that spread terror, but a positive organization that took in the hybrids and built a hybrid country, bringing happiness to the hybrids, that would be a faster death. Because this was a split. Without support, the resistance would not only be from Godora's army, but also from other political alliances. The only way out was to have the support of a higher level of power. Darkstar alone could not do all of this. At that time, this group of people came to him, bringing with them the temptation of falling into the abyss, but also hope. In the end, he, the highest leader of Darkstar, chose to become someone else's pawn and fight for another possibility. Darkstar's leader asked the other party why they came to him. The other party said that pure destruction and destruction supported by ideology and slogans were two different things. In most cases, the latter was more threatening to the group, so they chose Darkstar. An organization's initial program was always clear, but as they experienced more, their path deviated from the initial track. In order to comply with the deal, Darkstar's leader's focus had long been on how to cause more destruction to Godora and incite hostility and conflict between the purebloods and the hybrids. By pushing the hybrids to the opposite side of Godora, not only could he destroy the internal harmony of Godora, but he could also replenish his own troops. This was also in line with his final goal. Darkstar had become a knife in someone else's hand. Except for himself, the other members of the organization were all kept in the dark. But Darkstar's leader believed that the path he had chosen was the only way to build a home for the hybrids. If he wanted to get something in return, he had to pay first. Godora's mother planet. This was a huge planet. Even in outer space, there were obvious traces of artificial modification on this planet. The higher the level of civilization, the greater the degree of modification on the mother planet. Spaceships landed at the dock, and mercenaries from various armies got off the spaceships. The Black Star Corps mixed in with the crowd. The players were the largest group, and there was a sea of people following behind Han Xiao and a group of officers. They looked around curiously like a sightseeing tour group. The only thing missing was a flag and a hat. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.